Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio Chapter 101. Seeing Tang San and Xiao Wu again, Balak Kingdom. Lima Plain, a light rain had just passed, leaving the ground slightly damp, but the air was fresh and exceptionally cool. Chen walked along the main road, looking at the vast farmland on either side. Wheat was planted in the fields, and everything in sight was a lush green. It wasn't harvest season yet, but the wheat was growing very well, over 1/2 meter tall, with the ears already beginning to take shape. When the wind blew, it created waves of green grain. Chen also sighed inwardly. This land is truly fertile. The grain produced from a single Lima plain could feed the entire Balak Kingdom. How could the Heaven-Dew imperial family bear to partition such a place? He just muttered to himself in his heart, then put the thought behind him and walked toward the location of Soto City. With the help of the looking through autumn water dew he had consumed, his eyesight was extraordinary. At this moment, he could already see a majestic black city standing at the end of the main road. That was Soto City. Before long, Chen arrived at Soto City. As one of the only 2 major cities in the Balak Kingdom, the prosperity of Soto City went without saying. However, Chen had even been to Heaven-Dew City, so he wouldn't be surprised by the prosperity of Soto City. Arriving in Soto City, he first booked a room for a month at a decent-looking hotel and paid the month's rent directly. Thus, he had a place to stay in Soto City. Afterward, he entered a tea house on the street, ordered a few snacks and a pot of tea, and leisurely ate and drank while thinking about how to deal with Tang San. Just then, Chen turned his head to glance out the window and caught sight of several familiar figures. Chen raised an eyebrow, not expecting such a coincidence. He immediately waved out the window and said, "Xiao Wu, long time no see." As soon as he said this, the 7 people who were walking along the street suddenly stopped in their tracks. Among the 7, a young girl with a long scorpion braid and delicate features turned her head. When she saw Chen through the window, her expression became wonderful, filled with surprise and joy, and she shouted happily, "Boss Chen, is it really you? I didn't expect to run into you here." This young girl was none other than Xiao Wu. After seeing Chen, Xiao Wu was so pleasantly surprised that she didn't care about her companions and ran toward the tea house with a pitter-patter. Tang San, who had been standing next to Xiao Wu, had an extremely ugly expression. His hands were clenched into fists, and his eyes were fixed on Chen sitting in the tea house. In his heart, he was roaring with anger. "Chen, why are you still alive? Why did you have to come back? During these past few years, I have been the one accompanying Xiao Wu. When she was happy, I was happy. When she was unhappy, I coaxed her to be happy. It seemed like she was finally willing to accept me. Now, just because you've returned, she's actually running toward you regardless of everything. Ah, damn it." Within the group, a tall and burly young man with long golden hair flowing down and heterochromatic eyes noticed Tang San's expression was off and asked in a low voice, "Tang San, who is that guy? He actually knows Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu is so happy to see him." Tang San was also a shrewd person. He suppressed all the anger in his heart and didn't let it explode on the spot. He explained as calmly as possible, "His name is Chen. He was a classmate of Xiao Wu and me at Notting Academy. He went out to hunt spirit beasts 3 years ago and hadn't been heard from since. I didn't expect to see him here today." The charming young man realized something, a thoughtful look appearing in his eyes. With his rich, romantic experience navigating between women, he could tell at a glance that something was very off between Chen, Xiao Wu, and Tang San. There was definitely an unusual emotional relationship. Normally, he would be happy to watch such a drama unfold. But now, Tang San was a brother he valued. If his brother was competing for a woman with someone else, he would certainly stand by his brother's side. The charming young man immediately looked at the middle-aged man in the lead and said, "Dean, Tang San and Xiao Wu have reunited with an old classmate and definitely need to catch up. If we go to the Great Spirit Arena now, we'll be leaving them behind. I think we should also take a break in this tea house. Once they've finished catching up, we can all head to the Great Spirit Arena together." The dean mentioned by the charming young man looked about 50 years old, with a sturdy build and very distinctive facial features, a protruding chin, wide cheekbones, a flat face, and an aquiline nose. He wore a pair of black-framed crystal glasses with stiff, square frames, giving him a strange appearance that made him look like a crafty and cunning individual at first glance. The dean responded in a flat tone, "Pay for your own tea." His stingy nature was perfectly revealed in this single sentence. After getting the dean's approval, the charming young man waved his hand and led the group into the tea house. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, who had gone ahead, had already entered the tea house and sat across from Lu Chen. Xiao Wu looked Lu Chen up and down. Seeing his tall, burly, and increasingly heroic and upright stature, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she immediately asked with great interest, "Boss Lu Chen, where have you been these past few years? It doesn't take 3 years to hunt a spirit beast. I waited for you at Notting Academy for 3 years, but you never came back. Now that I've graduated from Notting Academy, I didn't expect to run into you here. Little San and I came here to enroll in Shrek Academy upon his teacher's recommendation. Boss Lu Chen, are you here for school too?" Hearing Xiao Wu's string of questions, Lu Chen picked up his teacup and took a sip, then smiled slightly and said, "I've been training outside these past few years. Besides hunting spirit beasts, I've been cultivating on my own. The things taught at Notting Academy were too basic. I learned everything in 3 years. Staying at Notting Academy wouldn't have taught me anything more, so I just stayed outside to train on my own. Xiao Wu, your companions are coming over. Why don't you introduce them?" Xiao Wu turned to look and indeed saw her companions entering the tea house, so she began the introductions. "Boss Lu Chen, let me introduce them to you. That middle-aged man with glasses is the dean of our Shrek Academy. His name is Flender. By the way, let me tell you secretly, Dean Flender is a dishonest merchant. You must never buy anything from him." As soon as she said this, Flender's face darkened. He possessed the cat-eagle spirit, and his hearing was extraordinary. Although Xiao Wu spoke very softly, he heard her clearly. Hearing his own student call him a dishonest merchant in front of an outsider, Flender felt very hurt. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the sharpest blade. Flender was indeed a dishonest merchant, which was why he felt uncomfortable. Then, Xiao Wu continued her introductions. "That young man with golden hair and different colored eyes is named Dai Mubai. His spirit is the white tiger, and his spirit power is as high as level 37. He's not someone to be trifled with, so be careful, Boss Lu Chen. That young man with peach blossom eyes who is as beautiful as a woman is named Oscar. His spirit is sausage, and we all call him Uncle Sausage. Although he has a food system spirit, I doubt anyone would want to eat his sausages after hearing his spirit incantation. And Tang San, you already know him, so I don't need to introduce him much. As for that chubby young man, his name is Ma Hongjun, and his spirit is the evil fire phoenix. His evil fire is very powerful, with an extremely high temperature and strong adhesive properties. Finally, that last girl is named Zhu Zhuking. Her spirit is the Hell Civet. As an agility attack spirit master, her speed is incredibly fast. After introducing her companions, Xiao Wu introduced Lu Chen to them. This is Lu Chen. His spirit is blue-silver grass. Me, Tang San, and Lu Chen all came from Notting Academy. We were in the same dormitory, and he was the boss of our dorm. Chapter 102, The Shrek 6 Monsters. After listening to Xiao Wu's introduction, Lu Chen's gaze swept over Flender, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuking. He felt like someone was missing. Lu Chen asked with a hint of confusion, "Are these all the people in your Shrek Academy?" At these words, Xiao Wu also fell silent. The people present were indeed all the students of Shrek Academy. In this academy, not only were the teachers few and far between, but even the students could be counted on one hand. Including both students and teachers, there were at most a dozen people. It couldn't compare to an intermediate Spirit Master Academy, let alone an advanced Spirit Master Academy. It couldn't even compare to an elementary Spirit Master Academy. Notting Academy's facilities were much better than Shrek Academy's. In this awkward moment, it was Dai Mubai, who usually acted as the boss, who stepped forward. He cleared his throat and said in an incredibly proud tone, Our academy's philosophy is to prefer quality over quantity. We don't accept ordinary students, only geniuses, and specifically, monster-like geniuses. That's why our academy doesn't have many students. Those before you are all the students we have. Among us, the lowest is a 2-ring spirit master, and our spirit power is above rank 25. At this point, Dai Mubai paused, because he wanted to stand up for Tang San. His heterochromatic evil eyes looked at Lu Chen with a hint of provocation and ill intent. Lu Chen, even Xiao Wu calls you Boss Lu Chen, which means you must be quite capable. Why don't you tell us, what rank of spirit master are you? Dai Mubai's provocation was too obvious. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth curled up into a playful smile as he said, just like you, I am a spirit elder. My spirit is blue-silver grass, and I'm a support system spirit master. After saying this, Lu Chen thought to himself, among the Shrek students, Ning Rongrong is missing. Did she not come to Shrek Academy? It seems to be a butterfly effect caused by me. Previously, Grandpa Dugu went to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and spread poison everywhere, killing 300 spirit masters and poisoning 500 more. This greatly weakened the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's strength. I suppose they haven't recovered yet, so Ning Fengzhai didn't let Ning Rongrong run around. While Lu Chen was speculating in his mind, Tang San had already cried out in disbelief. That's impossible. 3 years ago, when you went out to hunt spirit beasts, you were still a spirit scholar without a spirit ring. In just 3 years, how did you go from a spirit scholar to a spirit elder? Tang San's eyes were fixed on Lu Chen, a layer of purple light appearing in them as if he wanted to see through him. As Tang San's voice fell, the others, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and even Flender, all looked at Lu Chen in shock. They knew Tang San and Xiao Wu were only 12 years old. Lu Chen was the same age as Tang San and Xiao Wu, which means he was a 12-year-old spirit elder. How could this not be shocking? The expression on Dai Mubai's face flickered with uncertainty. He was 15 years old now with rank 37 spirit power. It was only at age 13 that he had reached rank 30 and absorbed his 3rd spirit ring to become a spirit elder. Lu Chen was younger than him, yet he had broken through to spirit elder even earlier. Moreover, he had a blue-silver grass spirit and was a support spirit master. Dai Mubai's mindset was crumbling. He had the white tiger spirit. Could he really be inferior to a blue-silver grass spirit master? Oscar was also shocked. He had the sausage spirit and was also a support spirit master. He knew how difficult it was for support spirit masters to cultivate. He was 14 this year and only had rank 29 spirit power. Originally, he was quite satisfied with his cultivation speed. Now, comparing himself to Lu Chen, he began to reflect. Had he really been slacking off in his cultivation? Ma Hongjun reached out a chubby hand and unceremoniously grabbed a pastry from the table, while looking at Lu Chen with suspicious eyes. His mutated evil fire phoenix spirit had only reached rank 26 spirit power at age 12. Tang San, with a blue-silver grass spirit at rank 29 at age 12, was already shocking enough. Now another blue-silver grass spirit user, Lu Chen, was a 12-year-old spirit elder. How could Ma Hongjun believe this? Was the blue-silver grass spirit some kind of top-tier spirit? Why was every blue-silver grass spirit master that appeared more talented than him? Zhu Zhuqing's heart stirred. Not long ago, when she was being hunted in the Stardew Great Forest by spirit masters sent by her sister, blue-silver grass had suddenly surged out of the forest and dealt with those pursuing spirit masters in just a few moves. Until the very end, that benefactor who saved her never showed their face, being able to manipulate blue-silver vines to deal with enemies. Zhu Zhuqing guessed her savior was a blue-silver grass spirit master, but blue-silver grass spirit masters were too rare. Out of 100 people who awakened a blue-silver grass spirit, 99 had no innate spirit power, and the remaining one's innate spirit power wouldn't exceed rank 0.5. Now that Zhu Zhuqing saw a blue-silver grass spirit master, she suspected he might be her savior. She had suspected Tang San before, but she had privately asked Xiao Wu, and they hadn't been to the Stardew Great Forest recently. Now she suspected Lu Chen. After all, blue-silver grass spirit masters were so rare. She just needed to confirm if Lu Chen had been to the Stardew Great Forest recently. Then she could determine if he was her savior. Even Xiao Wu looked at Lu Chen in surprise. "Boss Lu Chen, you've really broken through to Spirit Elder. It's only been 3 years, how did you do it?" Lu Chen took another sip of tea and said in a tone that sounded like he had weathered many storms, "Of course. My experiences traveling and training outside over these 3 years were much more dangerous and exciting than your peaceful studies at an elementary spirit master academy. Naturally, my strength improved by leaps and bounds." This simple sentence contained a wealth of information, causing everyone present to let their imaginations run wild, and their gazes toward Lu Chen became entirely different. Flender's eyes lit up. A 12-year-old spirit elder. This was exactly the kind of monster genius Shrek Academy needed. Now Flender desperately wanted to recruit Lu Chen into his academy. To some extent, Flender and Yu Xiaogang were cut from the same cloth. No wonder they had been friends for decades. Yu Xiaogang wanted to train a disciple to prove the correctness of his 10 core competencies of martial souls. But he looked down on spirit masters with ordinary talent. He only wanted to take in geniuses like Tang San with twin spirits. The key issue was that even without his training, Tang San was guaranteed to become a titled Douluo in the future. Flender founded Shrek Academy with the motto of preferring quality over quantity, accepting only monster geniuses instead of ordinary students. It was the same problem. A genius is a genius no matter where they go. They could become successful at Shrek Academy, but could they not become successful at other advanced spirit master academies? In the 20 years since Shrek Academy was founded, it had enrolled 42 students and graduated 14. Did these students become successful because of Shrek Academy's training, or were they simply geniuses to begin with? Given Shrek Academy's abnormal admission standards, those 28 students who failed to graduate were all geniuses under 12 with spirit power over rank 20 and 2-century soul rings. These students were truly a pity. They would have been geniuses anywhere, but unfortunately, they were lured into Shrek Academy. As for their fate, perhaps they weren't just expelled. Some must have died or been crippled, and surely in no small numbers. Flender and Yu Xiaogang were truly birds of a feather, both of the same sort. No wonder their friendship was so deep. Chapter 103. Flirting with Xiao Wu in front of Tang San. Cough, cough. Flender coughed twice, placing his hands behind his back and adopting the air of a senior expert. He looked at Lu Chen with a hint of approval and said in a tone that suggested he was doing him a favor, "Lu Chen, becoming a spirit elder at the age of 12. Your talent is indeed astonishing. However, if you want to become a powerhouse who dominates the continent, you still have a very long way to go. Our Shrek Academy is known as the cradle of the strong. As you have seen, everyone who can enter our academy is a genius among geniuses. I call them monster geniuses. In my view, you also meet the criteria for a monster genius. Would you like to join our Shrek Academy? Although the registration period for our Shrek Academy has already passed, seeing your extraordinary talent, I can give you an opportunity to join us. This is definitely an opportunity you cannot afford to miss. At Shrek Academy, you will receive the best training. In the future, among the top powerhouses dominating the continent, there will surely be a place for you." Lu Chen almost laughed out loud upon hearing this. He knew Shrek's background all too well. Setting aside the fact that he was already a titled Douluo, where would a 12-year-old spirit elder powerhouse not receive excellent training? Unless one was mentally unstable, they wouldn't choose Shrek Academy. It had no resources and no grounds, a dilapidated school built in a village, relying entirely on Flender's smooth talking to recruit students. The only famous disciple they could boast about was Qin Ming, and that was because Qin Ming himself was sufficiently outstanding, possessing the mutated spirit, fiery azure wolf, and innate full spirit power. As for Flender's words, Lu Chen didn't believe a single syllable. He unhurriedly spoke to refuse. "There's no need for me to join your academy. I have my own growth plan." Flender looked stunned, seemingly not expecting Lu Chen to refuse such a great opportunity. He immediately spoke again, unwilling to give up. Chen, do you realize how great an opportunity you are turning down? Our Shrek Academy's faculty is incredibly powerful. I, the four-eyed cat eagle Flender, am a level 78 agility attack spirit saint. I was once a renowned powerhouse on the continent. In our academy, there is also the immovable bright King Zhao Wuji, a level 76 power attack spirit saint, as well as other teachers who are at least spirit emperor powerhouses. With our training, you will surely become a powerhouse of your generation. With us protecting you when you need to break through a bottleneck, we can hunt the most suitable spirit beast for you. I will give you one more chance. Now tell me, are you joining Shrek Academy or not? A hint of disdain flickered in Chen's eyes. Didn't I already say? I have my own growth plan. Flender's eyesight was incredibly keen. The disdain in Chen's eyes was clear to him. He was actually being looked down upon by a spirit elder, preposterous. Flender snorted coldly and didn't waste another word. He turned to leave, his cold voice drifting back. Since he looks down on our academy, there's no need for us to linger here. Everyone, follow me. After Flender left, Dai Mubai glanced at Chen with ill intent. Tang San was his brother, and he stood firmly by Tang San's side. In his view, if Chen wanted to steal his brother's woman, then Chen was his enemy. Oscar clicked his tongue twice, looking at Chen with pity. It was rare to encounter a support soul master, and he had originally wanted to exchange cultivation experiences. Unfortunately, the guy didn't know what was good for him, and had rejected Dean Flender's kindness. He was going to have a hard time ahead. Ma Hongjun stood with his hands on his hips, his big belly protruding, and said to Chen gloatingly, Chen, don't say I didn't warn you. Our Dean is very petty. By bruising our Dean's face, you'd better watch out, or he might make it so you have no place to stay in Soto City. Tang San had already calmed down. With his intelligence, he believed he had guessed the reason for Chen's rapid progress in spirit power. Chen had a blue-silver grass martial soul with innate full spirit power, but the blue-silver grass spirit itself wouldn't provide such spirit power. Therefore, Chen must have a second spirit, perhaps a high-grade spirit that granted him the talent of innate full spirit power. It seemed now that Chen reaching the level of spirit elder from a spirit scholar in just 3 years was surely due to cultivating his second spirit. By adding spirit rings to his second spirit, he achieved a rapid increase in spirit power. Such behavior might seem to increase his spirit power in the short term, but it invisibly damaged his talent, making his future path fraught with difficulties. A trace of smugness arose deep within Tang San's eyes. Fortunately, I didn't let you discover teacher's wisdom, which is as deep as the ocean. The talent of twin spirits is not meant to be used like that. You even show disdain for our Dean and claim to have your own growth plan. When my second spirit eventually has 9 black spirit rings attached, I will let you know the gap between us. From the day we entered Notting Academy, it has already been invisibly widening. At this thought, Tang San turned to leave. Zio Wu, let's go. Without even turning her head, Zio Wu snapped at Tang San. Little San, you've forgotten your place. I still need to catch up with Boss Chen. If you want to leave, go ahead. Tang San's face darkened upon hearing this. He gave Chen an unwilling glare but could only leave helplessly. Why was Zio Wu so warm toward Chen? Why was Zio Wu so cold toward him? It was all because of Chen. Flender, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San. The 5 of them left one after another. Zio Wu chose to stay behind. Zhu Zhuqing was caught in the middle. She had also wanted to stay and ask Chen if he had been to the Stardew Great Forest recently. But considering she and Chen didn't know each other yet, she had no reason to stay at this time and could only leave with the others for now. Before long, only Chen and Zio Wu were left. Chen glanced through the window at Tang San and the others who were still waiting on the street outside. He channeled a surge of spirit power to envelop himself and Zio Wu so that outsiders could not hear their conversation. Zio Wu rested her face in her hands, looking at Chen with some worry as she said, Boss Chen, you shouldn't have rejected Dean Flender so directly. He is, after all, a spirit saint powerhouse, while you are only a spirit elder and a support soul master. You can't win against him. Why don't you leave first? Sensing the worry in Xiao Wu's voice, Lu Chen smiled slightly and pulled a substitute blue-silver emperor from his robes. This was something he had prepared for himself and always kept on his person. Once he suffered fatal damage, it could be transferred to the substitute blue-silver emperor. Lu Chen reached out and handed the substitute blue-silver emperor to Xiao Wu. At least you still care about me. I'm giving this substitute blue-silver emperor to you. The substitute blue-silver emperor is a product of one of my spirit abilities. By keeping it close to your body, it will connect with your Kai. As long as you nourish it with spirit power, it will never wither. In the future, if you encounter some kind of fatal damage, the damage will be transferred to the substitute blue-silver emperor, leaving you safe and sound. Xiao Wu took the substitute blue-silver emperor, a look of disbelief appearing on her small face. Could such a terrifying spirit ability really be possessed by a spirit elder? Then Lu Chen continued, this substitute blue-silver emperor carries the aura of my spirit and can help you conceal your true form. Even an ordinary titled Douluo should be able to be deceived. Be careful in the future. With an identity like yours, running into the human world could lead to big trouble if you aren't careful. Keep this substitute blue-silver emperor safe and don't tell anyone about its use. This is a secret that belongs only to you and me. As soon as Lu Chen said this, Xiao Wu's face turned incredibly pale. She hadn't expected Lu Chen to be able to see through to her true form. This was something only a titled Douluo could discover, wasn't it? Could it be? Xiao Wu looked at Lu Chen in shock. You are a titled Douluo. Everything made sense to Xiao Wu now. A heaven-defying skill like the substitute blue-silver emperor wasn't something a spirit elder could possess, but a titled Douluo would certainly have such power. Xiao Wu's face was pale, and she gripped the substitute blue-silver emperor tightly, saying restlessly, Boss Lu Chen, since you've discovered my true form, how do you plan to deal with me? Lu Chen asked back in confusion. I've already given you the substitute blue-silver emperor. How else would I deal with you? Hearing this, Xiao Wu gradually calmed down. That's right. Lu Chen had discovered her true form but hadn't killed her to obtain a spirit ring and spirit bone. Instead, he had given her the substitute blue-silver emperor, which could transfer damage and hide her identity. If he wanted to harm her, there would be no need to do all this. Xiao Wu's pale face suddenly turned rosy. She lowered her head, not quite daring to look Lu Chen in the eye, and said softly with a hint of bashfulness, Boss Lu Chen, why are you being so good to me? Lu Chen looked at Tang San outside the window, his face showing a bit of provocation. He believed Tang San, with his purple demon eye, would definitely be able to see the provocation on his face. To mess with someone's mind, one had to start with what they cared about most. What Tang San cared about most was naturally Xiao Wu. Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, You're asking something you already know. Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Xiao Wu felt both sweet and bashful. She tucked the substitute blue-silver emperor into her bosom, her cheeks flushing like red apples. Then Xiao Wu covered her burning cheeks. Boss Lu Chen, I haven't made up my mind yet. Give me some time. With those words, Xiao Wu didn't dare look at Lu Chen at all. Covering her cheeks, memories of meeting and knowing Lu Chen flashed through her mind. Finally, she turned and left, appearing somewhat like she was fleeing in panic, wanting to calm down and think things through properly. Outside, Tang San's heart practically shattered upon seeing this scene. Xiao Wu, who never gave him a kind look, had actually blushed in front of Lu Chen. Right now, Tang San really wanted to look up to the sky and roar. No. Xiao Wu ran out of the tea house with a blushing face, a scene that also fell into the eyes of Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. Facing this situation, the three brothers all looked at Tang San with sympathetic eyes. The Tang San they had seen before was always calm, wise, and decisive. But now, where was his usual composure? His eyes were bloodshot, his breathing heavy like a bull's, as he stared through the window at Lu Chen sitting in the tea house. Looking as if he wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood, Dai Mubai stepped forward, patted Tang San's shoulder, and whispered to him. Tang San, we can't tolerate this kind of thing. You have to snatch your own woman back yourself. Whatever you want to do, your brothers will definitely support you. That Chen is a spirit elder, but he's a support soul master. His combat ability must be average, you can handle him yourself. If you need your brothers to take action for you, just say the word. We'll definitely drive him out of Soto City so Xiao Wu never sees him again. Then you can take advantage of the situation to capture Xiao Wu's heart. Tang San's heart was filled with complex emotions. Dai Mubai's comfort made him completely determined to settle things with Chen himself. This was a matter between men. Xiao Wu couldn't know. This was a matter between the two of them. It was best not to let Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun get involved. Tang San suppressed the churning emotions in his heart as much as possible. His eyes lowered slightly, and he spoke in a cold, sharp tone. Boss Dai, I'll handle this matter myself. Don't interfere and don't make a big scene about it. Xiao Wu must not know. Chen and I came from the same village and the same school. Now, for Xiao Wu, I must have a final reckoning with him. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Excitement appeared on their faces. They were clearly very interested in the duel between Tang San and Chen. This was excellent entertainment that the three of them definitely wouldn't miss. Meanwhile, Flender looked at Chen and found him increasingly unpleasant. Not only had he refused to join Shrek Academy, but he also reminded him of many past events. Back when he was young, he traveled the continent with Yu Xiaogang and Liu Erlong. The three of them were inseparable and had a deep friendship. Liu Erlong was their third sister. Just like the current Xiao Wu, she was youthful, energetic, and hated evil. Although she had a bit of a temper, she was very beautiful. Flender was deeply in love with Liu Erlong, just like Tang San's love for Xiao Wu, but Liu Erlong didn't like him. She liked Yu Xiaogang. Just like Xiao Wu didn't like Tang San, but liked Chen. It matched. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share infinite novel audio. Everything matched up, so now, Flender looked at Chen with utter detestation. Because he projected himself too much into the situation, he even gritted his teeth in hatred. Originally, Flender wanted to take the little freaks from the academy to the Great Spirit Arena today to broaden their horizons and gain combat experience. Now, because of Chen, the team's morale was scattered, and they certainly weren't in the mood to go to the Great Spirit Arena anymore. Flender flicked his sleeve and turned back the way they came. What are you still looking at? We're going back. Today's original plan is cancelled. Go back to the academy and cultivate on your own. Ma Hongjun's eyes widened upon hearing this, and he asked in confusion. Dean, are we just leaving like this? Flender turned back and glared at Ma Hongjun. His hearing was extraordinary. He had heard Ma Hongjun calling him narrow-minded earlier very clearly. After all, Ma Hongjun was his personal disciple, so Flender didn't want to say much. Now, Flender seized the opportunity and used the excuse of scolding Ma Hongjun to say, "Do you still want to do something? It's not even dark yet." As soon as these words were spoken, Ma Hongjun immediately understood. Oh, he let out a long "oh" and then chuckled. They were an academy, not a social gang. It was broad daylight, so they certainly couldn't act recklessly. But once night fell, as long as they covered their faces, no one could blame them for whatever they did. Tang San followed Flender, Dai Mubai, and the others toward Shrek Academy. A purple glow rose in his eyes, swirling with a hint of malevolence. Night is good. A dark and windy night is perfect for murder. In the 12 years since his transmigration to this Douluo Continent, Tang San had almost forgotten his original profession. He was an assassin belonging to the Tang sect. Although he was a technical worker primarily responsible for making hidden weapons, as a Tang sect disciple, his basic assassin skills were very well-rounded. Not to mention, he had stolen the mysterious Heaven Treasure Record, which contained the supreme techniques of the Tang sect. Now, Tang San was looking forward to the arrival of night. In this group, Zhu Zhuqing walked at the very back, biting her lip with a preoccupied look. She still hadn't confirmed if Chen was her savior. If he was, she would definitely repay him. If not, she didn't want to see Chen suffer persecution for no reason. But with her current identity, what could she do now? Meanwhile, inside the tea house, Chen watched Flender. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others returning the way they came, an ambiguous smile flashing in his eyes. The hook has been cast. I wonder how many big fish will be caught, actually. Lu Chen didn't need to go to all this trouble. Directly pummeling Tang San and suppressing Flender would be a simple task. He could make them kneel and beg for mercy in an instant. But that would take away much of the fun. When holding 2 kings and 4 twos, one always wants to play a pair of 3s first to tease the opponent. Give Tang San a little hope first, then ruthlessly crush that hope. Only then would he feel heart-wrenching pain. Lu Chen couldn't help but think, I really am too wicked. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was dark. In the sky, a crescent moon emitted a clear glow, casting a thin veil over the village, giving it a hazy feeling. Shrek Academy was dead silent, with only the occasional chirping of insects and barking of dogs bringing a touch of life to this dilapidated and desolate academy. Whoosh. Suddenly, a swift black shadow flashed out. He didn't make a sound, and his footsteps on the ground were silent. The black shadow leaped like a rabbit and fell like a fox. In just a few jumps, he left Shrek Academy and headed toward Soto City. A moment later, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, who hadn't slept at all, gathered together. They went to Tang San's room and found it empty. The 3 brothers looked at each other and immediately left Shrek Academy, heading for Soto City. While traveling, they even used spirit power to speed up, eager to get to Soto City to watch the excitement. After Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun left, the 4-eyed cat Eagle Flender and the immovable bright king Zhao Wuji set off unhurriedly. They were preparing to clean up the mess. Before they arrived, they would let Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun run wild. With 2 spirit saints backing them up, nothing would be a big deal. With so many people missing from Shrek Academy, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Flender, and Zhao Wuji. Zhu Zhuqing, who was already alert, immediately thought something was wrong and went to inform Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu wasn't asleep yet. She was hugging that substitute blue-silver emperor on the bed, laughing sillily like a hamster that had successfully stolen a nut, rolling back and forth on the bed from time to time. Because she was immersed in her own inner world, she was too slow to notice what was happening outside. It wasn't until Zhu Zhuqing came to inform her that Xiao Wu realized Tang San had gone to find trouble with Lu Chen. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun had all followed as well. Even Flender and Zhao Wuji were involved. Between the teachers and students of Shrek Academy, there were only about a dozen people in total. More than half of them had gone. Since Lu Chen could see through her true form, Xiao Wu already knew he was a titled Douluo. Even if he faced Flender and Zhao Wuji, there would definitely be no life-threatening danger. But she still couldn't help feeling worried for him. Favoritism was just that obvious. Xiao Wu waved her fist angrily and shouted, Tang San, that bastard. If he hurts Boss Lu Chen, I'll never forgive him. Soon after, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also left Shrek Academy and headed toward Soto City. Chapter 105. Assassination in Soto City. At the hotel where Lu Chen was staying, a black shadow flashed out from the shadows. He leaped back and forth between 2 walls, using them for leverage. In just a few flashes, the black shadow reached the 2nd floor of the hotel. By the faint moonlight, one could see that this black shadow was wearing a black night-traveling outfit, his face covered by a black cloth, making it impossible to see his true appearance. However, his eyes were flashing with a faint purple hue. Even in the darkness, he could still see his surroundings clearly. The figure's movement technique was extremely agile and sharp. As he ran, he did not make a single sound, just like a shadow without substance. Using both hands and feet, the black shadow climbed onto the windowsill to peer inside, as if he were looking for someone. After checking 3 rooms in this manner, he finally found his target. Inside the room, Lu Chen was sitting cross-legged on the bed, meditating. A flash of killing intent crossed the black shadow's eyes. He raised his hand and flicked it, and 3 silent sleeve darts, gleaming with a chilling light, shot towards Lu Chen in the room. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Under the perception of his mental force, the 3 silent sleeve darts seemed to have been slowed down by 10, even 100 times, their flight trajectories laid bare. Chen extended his right hand, acting after but arriving first, and flicked his fingers in midair, knocking the 3 silent sleeve darts away. Clang, clang, clang. Looking at the 3 arrowheads that had fallen to the floor, Chen was not surprised. Instead, a triumphant smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Tang San, since you've come, stop skulking around. As his voice fell, a black shadow broke through the window, and with a bang, glass shards shattered all over the floor. After the black shadow entered the room, he pulled off the black face mask. The face beneath the black mask was plain and unremarkable. It was none other than Tang San. Purple light shimmered in Tang San's eyes as he stared at Chen without blinking, saying in a deep voice, "You don't seem surprised by my arrival at all." Chen stood up from the bed. Because he was a head taller than Tang San, he looked down at him, his voice extremely calm. "Why would I be surprised? You don't think you hid your killing intent well during the day, do you? Your feelings for Xiao Wu are obvious even to a fool. When I flirted with Xiao Wu right in front of you, it was impossible for you not to be moved. Tang San, I've wanted to beat you up for a long time, but unfortunately, I haven't found the opportunity until now. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep today, don't blame me for bullying the young. Let me see just how much you've grown in these past few years." Tang San's eyes were wide with rage. Chen had seduced Xiao Wu right in front of him. He really did have ulterior motives. He roared angrily, "Bastard, stay away from Xiao Wu from now on." "No, you don't have a from now on. As long as you're alive, Xiao Wu only has eyes for you, not me. But if you die, Xiao Wu will surely be able to see how good I am to her." Blue-silver binding. As he spoke, 2 yellow spirit rings rose from beneath Tang San's feet. The first spirit ring instantly lit up, and immediately 7 or 8 blue-silver vines curled towards Chen. Seeing this, Chen couldn't help but lose his composure slightly. Tang San using blue-silver binding against him, a blue-silver emperor, was truly fanciful. "Go back." Chen spat out the words lightly. In an instant, the 7 or 8 blue-silver vines that were curling towards Chen froze in midair, and then, at an even faster speed, changed direction and curled towards Tang San. Tang San's eyes widened, his face full of astonishment. Chen had only said, "Go back." Yet his blue-silver grass martial soul had actually disobeyed his command and turned to bind him instead. Caught off guard, Tang San didn't have time to dodge and was hit squarely by the 7 or 8 blue-silver vines. His body was instantly wrapped up like a zongzi. Tang San screamed in horror. "This is impossible. Why can you control my blue-silver grass martial soul?" Chen couldn't be bothered to explain to him and rushed towards Tang San in a flash. Tang San wanted to use Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track to dodge, but bound like a zongzi by the blue-silver grass, he couldn't move at all. He could only watch helplessly as Chen arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Tang San was panic-stricken. He had never encountered such a situation where his own blue-silver grass martial soul would disobey his commands. Bang! Chen threw a punch, hitting Tang San in the stomach. His eyes instantly bulged, and he opened his mouth wide, but didn't make a sound, instead looking as if he were about to vomit his internal organs. Pain too painful. The intense pain caused Tang San's brain to short-circuit for a moment, and his life seemed to flash before his eyes. Under the force of Chen's punch, Tang San was sent flying, crashing out through the broken window. He landed on the ground with a thud, his body trembling like a worm. It was an instinctive spasmodic reaction of his muscles. Chen felt incredibly satisfied. He had long wanted to beat Tang San. He used to have to worry about Tang Hao, but now he didn't need to. He had only used less than 10% of his strength in that punch. It wasn't that he was showing mercy, but rather that he didn't want to kill Tang San so early. He planned to cut off Tang San's head in front of Tang Hao in the future and stomp it to pieces. For now, he was just collecting a little bit of interest. Afterwards, Chen also flashed out of the window, landing lightly on the street. Looking at Tang San, who was lying on the ground with his muscles spasming, Chen mockingly said with a look of disdain, "Is that it? You really haven't made any progress in these few years." Tang San opened his mouth wide, gasping for air, and circulated his mysterious heaven skill over and over again. using the impartial and gentle spirit power of the mysterious heaven skill to recover from the trauma caused by Lu Chen's punch. After a long while, he felt his body recover a little, though his body was still bound by his blue-silver grass. His blue-silver grass martial soul was completely out of his control. Since it was out of control, Tang San had no choice but to retract it into his body. As the blue-silver grass on his body disappeared one by one, Tang San regained his freedom. He clutched his stomach and stood up from the ground, his body swaying. Tang San gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "Lu Chen, don't get cocky. Although I don't know what sorcery you used to make my blue-silver grass martial soul uncontrollable, do you think that's all I have up my sleeve?" Even without his blue-silver grass martial soul, he still had a whole arsenal of Tang sect techniques. Purple Demon Eye, activate. Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, activate. Mysterious Jade Hand, activate. The purple hue in Tang San's eyes intensified greatly. His purple demon eye had already been cultivated to the second realm, microperception. Under the observation of the purple demon eye at the microperception realm, his vision became even clearer, as if time had slowed down. Tang San swayed his figure, pushing his ghost shadow perplexing track to the limit. It seemed as if 5 or 6 figures of Tang San appeared on the scene. That was because of the afterimages caused by his excessive speed. In his high-speed movement state, a layer of white frost formed on both of Tang San's palms, and they radiated wisps of cold air. This was the mysterious Jade Hand, which could make his palms immune to all poisons. His hands quickly swept across his waist, taking out various shaped hidden weapons, which he threw towards Lu Chen using various techniques from the 100 methods of hidden weapons. Willow leaf darts, bone-piercing nails, flying locust stones, plum blossom needles. These hidden weapons all shimmered with an eerie light. One could tell at a glance that they had been quenched in deadly poison. If one were injured by these hidden weapons, even a tiny wound would allow the deadly poison to enter the body, causing the person to lose the ability to resist in a short time. A dense barrage of various hidden weapons shot towards Lu Chen from every angle without any blind spots. If it were before, facing this level of attack, Lu Chen would certainly have needed to use a spirit ability to defend against it. But now, Lu Chen simply mobilized a stream of spirit power to project out of his body, forming a barrier of spirit power around him. The hidden weapons shooting in from all angles couldn't break through that barrier of spirit power at all. Clanging and dinging sounds resonated everywhere, and soon, all sorts of hidden weapons were piled up at Lu Chen's feet. However, at this moment, Lu Chen noticed that hidden among the incoming hidden weapons were some needle-like hidden weapons shimmering with golden light. Dragon beard needles, trying to break my protective spirit power. Lu Chen snorted coldly at this and began to increase his spirit power output. HMPH. In an instant, under the sweep of his powerful spirit power, all the hidden weapons around him were twisted directly into pretzels by the Kai force. Even those imperceptible dragon beard needles crumbled into powder under the tyrannical spirit power. Seeing such a scene, Tang San was once again incomparably shocked, looking at Lu Chen with a face full of astonishment, screaming out, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. If you really are a spirit elder, it is absolutely impossible for you to withstand my hidden weapons with just spirit power alone. You've hidden your true strength. Are you a spirit ancestor, a spirit king, or a spirit emperor?" Chapter 106. Complete Suppression. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Tang San was indeed quite clever. He had already guessed that Lu Chen was hiding his true strength. He raised his hands and gave a round of applause. "You guessed right, but there's no reward." As his voice fell, Lu Chen flickered forward once again. Facing Lu Chen's charge, Tang San's eyes widened instantly as he pushed his purple demon eye to its limits, trying to see Lu Chen's movements clearly. But to his horror, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Even with his purple demon eye at the microscopic realm, he couldn't see Lu Chen's movements clearly. Tang San screamed in his heart that it was impossible. At the same time, his reactions were not slow. He executed Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track again, his figure retreating continuously in an attempt to distance himself from Lu Chen. However, what happened next nearly caused Tang San's heart to stop. Lu Chen followed him like a shadow. Tang San could only watch helplessly as Lu Chen rapidly closed in on him. Tang San gritted his teeth and exerted his mysterious jade hand and controlling crane catching dragon to their fullest. His hands turned a frosty white as he grabbed and pulled, sending a strange force winding toward Lu Chen, hoping to restrain him. But to Tang San's despair, Lu Chen was like a humanoid spirit beast with infinite strength. The force of his controlling crane catching dragon was torn to shreds by Lu Chen the moment it touched him. The purple demon eye couldn't track Lu Chen's movements. The ghost shadow perplexing track couldn't evade Lu Chen's pursuit. The controlling crane catching dragon couldn't hinder Lu Chen in the slightest. In the 12 years since Tang San had transmigrated, he had never been as desperate as he was today. The ultimate techniques from the mysterious Heaven Treasure record, which he was most proud of, were utterly useless against Lu Chen. Tang San was like a beast driven into a corner. "Lu Chen, I'll take you down with me." Tang San suddenly stopped. He no longer dodged or fled. Instead, he raised his right hand, and a burst of black light erupted, condensing into a peculiar hammer. That hammer looked like a forging hammer, but the moment it appeared, the surrounding air seemed to solidify. Even without a single spirit ring, the innate pressure of this spirit was enough to make anyone wary. This was the Clear Sky Hammer, known as the #1 power attack spirit on the continent. Looking at the desperate Tang San, Lu Chen responded with only a single slap. A light, effortless slap landed right on Tang San's Clear Sky Hammer. Tang San's face instantly flushed red. He felt an incomparable, massive force transmit from Lu Chen's palm. The Clear Sky Hammer was indeed a powerful spirit, but Tang San, who was using it, was merely a spirit grandmaster with rank 29 spirit power. He couldn't withstand that massive force at all. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. Like a tattered sack, he flipped several times in the air before hitting the ground with a thud. PFFT, Tang San's Clear Sky Hammer spirit had already retreated into his body. The immense power of Lu Chen's slap had injured his internal organs. Now that he had hit the ground, he continued to cough up large amounts of blood. Lu Chen shook his hand. The Clear Sky Hammer was indeed hard enough to make his palm slightly red, but that was all. Tang San's strength was too low. He couldn't bring out the true power of the Clear Sky Hammer at all. Looking at Tang San lying on the ground, Lu Chen showed a satisfied smile. "Tang San, 6 years ago, when you and your father Tang Hao bullied my family, did you ever think this day would come? The humiliation your father and son brought upon my family is still etched into my bones. For these 6 years, I have looked forward to this day every single moment. A work-study student slot is trivial, but your father, Tang Hao, looked down on my parents and me. He wouldn't even consider discussing it. He simply took it by force. I still remember that to this day." As Lu Chen spoke, he walked over to Tang San, raised his right foot and stepped on Tang San's head, grinding it down to vent his hatred. Tang San's eyes were vacant. Even with Lu Chen's foot on his head, he didn't react at all. He was truly in despair. Despite being the same age, Lu Chen's strength exceeded his by 10, even 100 times. His blue-silver grass martial soul would lose control the moment he used it, even backfiring on him. His Tang sect ultimate techniques, Purple Demon Eye, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, Mysterious Jade Hand, Controlling Crane Catching Dragon, Mysterious Heaven Skill, and the 100 separations of hidden weapons were all useless before Lu Chen. Even his second spirit, the Clear Sky Hammer, could be slapped away by Lu Chen. Tang San had been utterly defeated. His pride was completely shattered while Lu Chen had Tang San pinned under his foot. 3 figures came sprinting from the distance. It was Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. Tang San was too fast and they hadn't been able to keep up. By the time they arrived, they saw Tang San being stepped on by Lu Chen. Although Dai Mubai had a messy private life, he was very loyal to his brothers. Seeing Tang San under Lu Chen's foot, he roared in fury, "Take your foot off him. How dare you bully Dai Mubai's brother? Lu Chen, I'm going to make you crawl out of Soto City today. Brothers, release your spirits. As his voice fell, Dai Mubai let out a tiger's roar. His body grew a foot taller, his muscles bulged, and inch-long tiger claws popped out from every finger of his hands. The most peculiar thing was his forehead, where a black character for king formed, majestic, domineering, and extremely flamboyant. Beneath his feet, 3 spirit rings quickly rose, yellow, yellow, and purple, representing his status as a spirit elder. Third spirit ability, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. Dai Mubai used his 1,000-year third spirit ability right from the start. He wasn't entirely a fool. He had fought Tang San and highly respected Tang San's strength. Now that even Tang San was under Liu Chen's foot, it meant Liu Chen was truly powerful. After using the White Tiger Vajra transformation, Dai Mubai's body expanded further, and his strength, speed, and defense all doubled. To be honest, this 1,000-year spirit ability was a bit overpowered. With his strength, speed, and defense doubled, Dai Mubai charged at Liu Chen like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. On the other side, Ma Hongjun also completed his martial soul possession. His physique became even more robust, and his whole body radiated a scorching aura as if a ball of fire were burning. Beneath his feet, 2 spirit rings rose, yellow and yellow, representing his status as a spirit grandmaster. Second spirit ability, Bathing Fire Phoenix. First spirit ability, Phoenix Firewire. With the boost from Bathing Fire Phoenix, his fire abilities increased by 50%, and he spat out a Phoenix Firewire. Dai Mubai pounced from the left like a fierce tiger. Ma Hongjun spat a Phoenix Firewire at Liu Chen from the right. Facing the pincer attack from both sides, Liu Chen remained still, his right foot still firmly on Tang San's head. Liu Chen casually beckoned with his fingers. In an instant, 3 blue-silver vines flickered out. With a loud crack, 1 blue-silver vine whipped Dai Mubai, the massive force sending him flying. Even with the White Tiger Vajra transformation active, Dai Mubai's head slumped as he was knocked unconscious. With another crack, a blue-silver vine hit Ma Hongjun, spinning the chubby youth around like a top. Liu Chen had consumed the ice and fire immortal herbs. His blue-silver emperor martial soul now possessed immunity to both ice and fire. Ma Hongjun's evil fire was completely ineffective. The final blue-silver vine wrapped around Oscar's leg, and with a casual swing, Liu Chen hung him in midair. Aga. Oscar let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Chapter 107. Beat the young, the old arrive after cleaning up Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. Liu Chen lowered his head again to look at Tang San, a demonic whisper issuing from his mouth. Your companions have come to save you, but what a pity, their strength is even worse than yours. It took no effort at all for me to take care of them. Now let's see who else can come to save you. Tang San, being stepped on by Liu Chen, not only suffered great trauma to his body, but also received a critical blow to his spirit. Because Tang San cultivated the purple demon eye, his gaze had always been bright and sharp. Some timid people would not even dare to meet his eyes. But now, having been utterly defeated and all his pride shattered, those pupils of his had completely dimmed. Tang San's body trembled slightly. He no longer hoped for anyone to save him, and the only thing he felt fortunate about now was that Xiao Wu had not seen him in this shameful state. If Xiao Wu were here too, he would truly feel like dying. This was Soto City, and given the bustle of Soto City, even late at night, there was no shortage of pedestrians coming and going on the streets. At the street corners and alley ends, people had already started pointing and whispering, but because this was a battle between spirit masters, those common civilians only watched the excitement and dared not get too close. But just at this moment, 2 people rushed out, their faces full of anger, glaring fiercely at Liu Chen. These 2 people were none other than Flender and Zhao Wuji. Both of them were spirit saint powerhouses. If they had traveled at full speed, they actually could have arrived long ago. They had deliberately slowed their pace just to let Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun mess around as they pleased. But who could have thought that Liu Chen, a support spirit elder, would actually pin their academy's group of little freaks to the ground and rub them into the dirt? Flender looked at Tang San. Tang San was being stepped on under Lu Chen's foot. Flender looked at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai was lying on the nearby street, his eyes rolled back, a red mark on his face, looking as if he had already passed out. Flender looked at Oscar. Oscar was hanging upside down in midair, letting out pig-like screams incessantly. Flender looked at Ma Hongjun. The chubby-bodied Ma Hongjun was being whipped by a blue-silver vines, spinning around like a top. Flender's face showed a look of heartache. This was his closed-door disciple, and having no children in this life, he would have to rely on Ma Hongjun for his old age in the future. Compared to Dai Mubai and Oscar, Flender was actually most concerned about Ma Hongjun. His own closed-door disciple was being bullied like this. Flender was furious, and he shouted sternly, "Old Zhao, you go drag Lu Chen down first. I will go save our academy's little freaks." Having been beaten up by Tang Hao not long ago, Zhao Wuji, who was still bruised and swollen, did not hesitate at this moment, immediately completing his martial soul possession, and shouted in a deep voice, "No problem, Boss Flender, you save them first." Zhao Wuji's build was already stout and burly, and after his vigorous Vajra bear martial soul possession, his height increased to over 2 meters, his whole body's muscles bulging high, every muscle filled with explosive power. The most astonishing change was his pair of palms. The palms were furry and exceptionally thick and wide, just like a pair of cattail hassocks. If one were struck by this pair of bare paws, absolutely no flesh and blood body would be able to withstand it. And under Zhao Wuji's feet, 7 spirit rings rose up. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. A 7-ringed spirit saint with the best spirit ring configuration. Even looking across the entire spirit master's world, he would certainly have a place. First spirit ability, immovable bright king body. Second spirit ability, vigorous Vajra palm. Zhao Wuji attacked in anger, not showing the slightest mercy, using both his first and second spirit ability right from the start. Having been beaten by Tang Hao before, he originally had anger in his heart, but he certainly dared not vent it on Tang San, so this was the perfect opportunity to vent the anger in his heart. First spirit ability, immovable bright king body. Golden light bloomed around Zhao Wuji's body, and under the protection of this golden light, his own defensive ability was increased several times over. Second spirit ability, vigorous Vajra palm. His pair of bare paws expanded a few more points, and terrifying spirit power fluctuations spread out, causing ripples to appear in the surrounding air. Zhao Wuji shouted loudly and charged wildly toward Lu Chen, as if the earth itself were trembling. Ordinary people seeing this scene would probably have their legs go soft before the fight even began. But Lu Chen was not afraid in the slightest. He raised his foot and kicked Tang San, and with a few cracking sounds, who knows how many of Tang San's bones were broken. And Tang San's body was kicked flying by Lu Chen, rolling toward the street to the side. Subsequently, Lu Chen looked at the charging Zhao Wuji and also became somewhat interested. He raised his right arm, ready to strike, his spinal dragon awakening, and terrifying power like that of a vicious beast erupted from every cell in his body. Boom. Lu Chen punched out, colliding with Zhao Wuji's bare paw. The terrifying force turned into a gale, sweeping toward all directions and whipping up a sky full of dust, accompanying a crisp cracking sound. Lu Chen's expression did not change, but on Zhao Wuji's face, a look of horror appeared, and immediately after, his facial features twisted into a ball due to the pain. The bones in Zhao Wuji's palm, as well as the golden light of his immovable bright king body, were all shattered by Lu Chen's punch. With Lu Chen exerting force a second time, Zhao Wuji's entire body flew backward like a cannonball, even twice as fast as when he came. After blasting Zhao Wuji away, Lu Chen said with some admiration, "To be able to block a punch using 30% of my strength, your strength is not bad. You are worthy of being called the immovable bright king Zhao Wuji." And on the other side, Flender also completed his martial soul possession. His spirit was the cat eagle. After his martial soul possession, Flender transformed into a birdman, and with a flap of the wings on his back, he flew up into the sky. Fourth spirit ability, Dawn Kai Blade. Flender's fourth spirit ring flashed instantly, his claws waving repeatedly, releasing over a dozen hurricane kai blades which slashed toward the blue-silver vines. Swish, 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 swish. Accompanying the sound of breaking through the air, those dozen or so hurricane kai blades slashed accurately onto those blue-silver vines. Flender was originally full of confidence, believing that his Dawn Kai blade would absolutely be able to tear those blue-silver vines to shreds. But reality slapped him hard in the face. Those Hurricane Kai blades of his merely left some cutting marks of varying depths on those blue-silver vines. Other than that, they didn't cause any effective damage to those blue-silver vines at all. Flender immediately widened his eyes, his eyeballs almost popping out, and he screamed in disbelief. This is impossible. How could my Dawn Kai blade not be able to tear apart some blue-silver grass? At this moment, Flender felt deep self-doubt regarding his own strength. Returning to Zhao Wuji, after being blasted away by Lu Chen, he flew dozens of meters in midair before landing on the ground with a bang. His expression was full of horror. He struggled to climb up from the ground, his right arm shattered, hanging helplessly downward, and he babbled incoherently. Titled Douluo, you are a titled Douluo, to be able to suppress Zhao Wuji in strength without using a spirit. The last person to do this was Tang Hao. Now Lu Chen had also achieved this, immediately causing panic in Zhao Wuji. His wild guess had actually hit upon the truth. Lu Chen was indeed a titled Douluo, he said in a calm voice. Beat the young, the old arrive, four-eyed cat eagle Flender, immovable bright king Zhao Wuji. Use your full strength. Let me see how much skill you have. Chapter 108, Flender, the bully who fears the strong Zhao Wuji's cry of alarm naturally reached Flender's ears as well. The expression on his face was full of disbelief. A titled Douluo. How is that possible? How could there be such a young titled Douluo? According to the information currently known, Lu Chen, Tang San, and Xiao Wu were classmates at Notting Academy. They were all only 12 years old. Moreover, Lu Chen's spirit was the trash spirit, blue-silver grass. For such a standard trash spirit to allow someone to cultivate into a spirit master was already shocking enough. A 12-year-old blue-silver grass titled Douluo, Flender felt it was nothing but a fairy tale. But the current situation forced Flender to re-examine the potential truth of this. Even with his fourth spirit ability as a 7-ring spirit saint, Flender could only leave a few cut marks on Lu Chen's blue-silver vines, unable to sever them completely. Was this even still blue-silver grass? The toughness of this blue-silver grass had already surpassed that of top-tier plant spirits. Then there was Lu Chen himself. Without using any spirit abilities, he had suppressed Zhao Wuji after the latter used his first and second spirit abilities, using only pure physical strength. In a brief exchange, he had directly crippled one of Zhao Wuji's right arms. Zhao Wuji was the immovable bright king, famous throughout the spirit master's world. Let alone a spirit saint of the same rank, even a spirit Douluo 1 rank higher wouldn't be able to cripple his right arm so easily. Unless Lu Chen really was a titled Douluo, a 12-year-old titled Douluo, was that really possible? This question lingered in Flender's mind, and with no one to provide an answer, he spoke with a heavy voice. Old Zhao, stop panicking. Regardless of whether Lu Chen is a titled Douluo or not, we've already made an enemy of him. Look at the little freaks lying all over the ground. If we can't take him down today, neither the two of us nor these little freaks on the ground will be able to leave unscathed. Activate your martial soul avatar. You take the lead in attacking, and I'll support you. We'll look for Lu Chen's weakness and find a way to take him down. Cold sweat poured down Zhao Wuji's forehead. Enduring the piercing pain in his right arm, he nodded vigorously and said, I understand, Boss Flender. You've really screwed me over this time. How is this an auxiliary spirit elder? This is clearly a power type titled Douluo. If we can make it back alive today, you must give me a raise, double. No, for work this dangerous, you have to give me at least triple the salary. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath and then let out a low, heavy shout. 7th spirit ability, Vigorous Vajra Bear Avatar. 3rd spirit ability, Gravity Enhancement. 5th spirit ability, Gravity Squeeze. His 7th spirit ring was the first to light up. Enveloped in a burst of earthy yellow light, Zhao Wuji's figure suddenly shot up, turning into a vigorous Vajra bear over 5 meters tall in the blink of an eye. Roar. The vigorous Vajra bear let out a furious roar, but its right arm still hung limply. Clearly, using a martial soul avatar couldn't restore his shattered right arm. Zhao Wuji raised his remaining left arm and clawed at the air toward Lu Chen's position. 3rd spirit ring, 5th spirit ring. The 2 spirit rings lit up simultaneously, the air suddenly distorted. Under the suppression of 15 times gravity, Lu Chen felt as if he were carrying a mountain on his back. But with his physical strength, this 15-fold pressure wasn't enough to make him flinch. After all, the pressure he endured when absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring was much greater than this. In the next instant, terrifying pressure swept in from all directions, frantically squeezing Lu Chen's body, trying to push him toward Zhao Wuji's position. However, Lu Chen's feet seemed to have taken root in the ground. Despite the crushing pressure, he remained completely unmoved. Lu Chen then gave a light chuckle. "You want to push me over? Fine, I'll do as you wish." As he spoke, Lu Chen's body suddenly relaxed, and under the force of the gravity squeeze, he quickly drifted toward Zhao Wuji's position. A flash of joy crossed Zhao Wuji's eyes. 6th spirit ability, vigorous Vajra roar. This was Zhao Wuji's combo. First, use gravity enhancement to restrict the opponent's movement, then use gravity squeeze to push the enemy toward himself, and finally use vigorous Vajra roar to heavily wound the enemy being pushed toward him in one go. His 6th spirit ring flashed as surges of spirit power flowed to his throat. As Zhao Wuji opened his wide mouth, a roar tore through the dark night and shattered the heavens, forming a physical wave of sonic energy that blasted toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen's response was to erupt with 50% of his body's strength and throw a punch. With a thunderous boom, the air was torn apart, creating a vacuum zone. The incoming sonic wave entered the vacuum zone and instantly dissipated into nothingness. Zhao Wuji stared in a daze. This was his 6th spirit ability, his strongest ability second only to his martial soul avatar. Lu Chen had thrown a punch at random without using any spirit ability, matching his 6th spirit ability with pure physical strength alone. He couldn't believe such a thing was happening. But it was indeed happening right before his eyes. In the next instant, Lu Chen flashed forward while Zhao Wuji was still in a daze and delivered a flying kick to his head. With a crack, his skull fractured, and his brain was rattled into mush. Even his massive 5-meter-tall body was sent flying by Lu Chen's kick. With a crash, Zhao Wuji's body smashed into a nearby shop, shattering tables and chairs everywhere. And in the sky, Flender was also startled. 7th spirit ability, Cat Eagle Avatar. 5th spirit ability, Wind Blade Tornado. A resonant eagle cry echoed through the night sky. Amidst a burst of light, Flender's body transformed into a giant owl with a wingspan of over 7 meters. His pair of massive wings flapped violently, whipping up a wild wind. Air currents gathered and condensed into sharp wind blades, which stacked up to form a wind blade tornado over 3 meters tall. Under Flender's control, the wind blade tornado rapidly sliced toward Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Chen didn't try to tank it. Using his flight ability, he swept through the sky in a smooth arc, dodging the incoming wind blade tornado. Flender watched in a stupor, his voice raspy as he spoke. Flight ability. He really is a titled Douluo. Flender had originally held a sliver of hope, but now even that last bit of luck had completely shattered. Earlier, when Lu Chen was midair with nothing to push off of, it should have been impossible for him to dodge the 5th spirit ability. But since Lu Chen could fly, that was a different story. Flender's heart trembled. He voluntarily exited his martial soul avatar state, descended to the ground, and knelt with incredible smoothness, kowtowing heavily as he begged for mercy. "Your Excellency, spare my life. We have offended Your Excellency and are willing to make reparations. We only ask that Your Excellency spare us." Flender was a shady merchant. People like him were the best at calculating gains and losses. Once he was certain Lu Chen was a titled Douluo, he didn't hesitate for a second before sliding into a kneel. Compared to his own life, a bit of humiliation was nothing. Those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre. This was a saying of Flender's, but what Flender himself practiced had always been bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Facing a truly powerful expert, he didn't dare show the slightest disrespect. Looking at the kneeling Flender, Lu Chen suddenly felt a wave of boredom. If Flender and Zhao Wuji had fought him to the death, he might have respected them a bit more. But now, Flender had knelt just like that. Lu Chen said with a mixture of amusement and mockery, "I still prefer that arrogant and unyielding look you had just now. I hope you can bring it back. Get up and keep fighting me, and I might leave your corpse intact. You only think of begging for mercy now. What were you doing earlier? You want me to spare you. What right do you have to ask for my mercy?" Flender gritted his teeth, knowing that if he couldn't satisfy Lu Chen today, everyone's lives would be in danger. He straightened up, condensed a wind blade in his left hand, and chopped straight down at his entire right arm. With a crack, his right arm was severed at the shoulder, blood gushing out like a fountain. Flender's face instantly turned deathly pale. He kowtowed heavily once more and said in a pleading voice, "Attacking your excellency is an unpardonable sin. I hope this severed right arm can earn your excellency's forgiveness." Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share infinite novel audio. Lu Chen landed on the ground, walked step by step to Flender, raised his right foot, and stepped on the back of Flender's head, pressing down hard with a crack. Flender's black-rimmed glasses shattered along with the bridge of his nose. The intense pain made Flender's vision go dark, but he gritted his teeth. As long as he could survive, none of this mattered. Lu Chen gave a light laugh and said, "Flender, oh Flender, you are quite decisive, severing your own arm just like that. Since Xiao Wu is still a student of Shrek Academy, I'll spare you all today. However, there won't be such a good opportunity next time. If you stand against me again, I will definitely take your head." Upon hearing this, although Flender's face grew even paler from blood loss, a flash of joy appeared in his eyes. He had finally made it through this ordeal today all around. Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the now-conscious Dai Mubai watched Lu Chen humiliate Flender like this. Their faces turned red with indignation, but their fear of Lu Chen kept them from speaking a single word. Chapter 109. Dropping out the fight was already over, and Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing finally arrived at the scene. They hadn't appeared yet, but Xiao Wu's voice had already drifted over from afar. "Tang San, you bastard, if you have hurt Boss Lu Chen, I will never let you get away with it." Hearing this familiar voice, Tang San, who had been lying on the ground, unable to move from the pain, suddenly began to tremble. In a hoarse voice, he spat out these two words, "Xiao Wu." If one were to ask whom Tang San least wanted to see right now, it would undoubtedly be Xiao Wu. His eyes were filled with despair. He lowered his head deeply, burying his face, playing dead like an ostrich. Who would want the person they like to see them lying on the ground like a dead dog after being beaten up? Humiliation. A great, shameful humiliation. Tang San gritted his teeth in hatred, endless resentment rising in his heart. Lu Chen, why are you so strong? In just 3 short years, why is your rate of improvement 100 times faster than mine? Could it be that cultivating a second martial soul has such a tremendous help to the improvement of spirit power? Then can I also cultivate a second martial soul? Right now, as long as I am willing, I could attach a 1,000-year spirit ring as the first spirit ring for my second martial soul. Adding 2,000-year spirit rings to my second martial soul in one go would increase my spirit power by at least 5 levels. This would allow my strength to greatly increase in a short period, just as Tang San was trying to convince himself to cultivate his second martial soul. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also passed through the crowd of onlookers and appeared before everyone. Xiao Wu only had eyes for Lu Chen. Upon seeing him, her eyes sparkled. She walked up to Lu Chen in a few quick steps, looking him up and down to see if he was injured, occasionally reaching out to pinch him. Confirming that Lu Chen was not injured, Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Boss Lu Chen, it is really great to see that you are all right. Thanks to Zhuqing coming to remind me, I discovered that Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and even Flender and Zhao Wuji had all disappeared from Shrek Academy. We rushed to Soto City as soon as we could, but unfortunately, we were still a bit late. Chen withdrew his right foot from the back of Flender's head, looked at Xiao Wu, and assumed an innocent posture. With just these people, how could they possibly hurt me? However, Tang San suddenly running over in the middle of the night to assassinate me really did give me a fright. I was meditating at the time. Thankfully, I kept my guard up and kept a divided soul to monitor the outside situation at all times, otherwise, Tang San might have actually succeeded. Hearing Chen describe it so thrillingly, and that he had almost been succeeded against by Tang San. Xiao Wu was instantly enraged, her gaze sweeping around. She saw Flender, who had lost an arm, kneeling on the ground, not daring to get up. She saw Zhao Wuji collapsed in the chaotic shop, tables and chairs shattered all over the floor, and he himself unconscious. Dai Mubai was lying on the ground unable to move. Oscar was hanging upside down in midair, and Ma Hongjun was being spun around like a spinning top. Finally, there was Tang San, who was lying on the ground without moving, and it was unclear whether he was awake or had fainted. Seeing Tang San, Xiao Wu could no longer control her anger. With her hands on her hips, she walked over aggressively. Ignoring Tang San's heavily injured state, she kicked him, causing Tang San to twitch in pain. Xiao Wu cursed and scolded. Tang San, you have really gone too far, actually coming to assassinate Boss Chen in the middle of the night. We came from the same dormitory and the same school. You are simply heartless, ungrateful, worse than a beast, born without a mother to raise you. Xiao Wu was clear about what she loved and hated. The more she liked Chen, the more she loathed Tang San. Her scolding was hearty and thorough, throwing every derogatory term she knew at Tang San. Tang San was heavily injured and his whole body ached, but what hurt the most was his heart. His heart was bleeding, feeling spasms of pain. Every word of Xiao Wu's was like a sharp sword piercing Tang San's heart, leaving it riddled with holes. Tang San gritted his teeth tightly. He did not stand up to say a single word of rebuttal, just kept his eyes tightly shut, lying there playing dead. He was truly like an ostrich. As long as he pretended not to hear, he could act as if nothing had happened. After scolding for a long time, Xiao Wu was a bit parched. She kicked Tang San again and said in a cold voice, Tang San, from now on you are no longer my follower. I do not need a heartless, ungrateful follower like you. This last sentence was another critical hit for Tang San, equivalent to Xiao Wu wanting to sever all ties with him. After finishing her scolding of Tang San, Xiao Wu returned to Chen's side. She looked at Flender, who had lost an arm, and said, Flender, I want to drop out. I never liked your crappy school from the moment I arrived. It's dilapidated and doesn't even have a decent sign. Now I see right through you all. How old are you and Zhao Wuji, and yet you bully the smaller ones, bullying Boss Chen. I despise you, and I don't want to attend your crappy school anymore. From today on, I am no longer a student of your Shrek Academy. Hearing this, Flender felt incomparably bitter. Them bullying the smaller ones. Who was big and who was small anyway? Chen was a titled Douluo, while they were just two insignificant spirit saints. He had already severed his own arm, and Zhao Wuji had been beaten unconscious. They were the ones being bullied. Flender sighed in his heart. If they want to drop out, let them drop out. Today, I have truly lost all my face and dignity. As the Dean of Shrek Academy, I have no face to continue in this position. I wonder how many students will be willing to stay in the academy after today. Next, Xiao Wu reached out and hugged Chen's arm, completely changing her expression. Before she was a tigress, now she was a little white rabbit. She shook Chen's arm and said in a spoiled, coquettish tone, Boss Chen, now that I have dropped out of Shrek Academy, I have nowhere else to go. You cannot ignore me. I want to travel the continent with you. Chen glanced in Tang San's direction. If Tang San's resentment could materialize, it would probably already be blocking out the sky. A smile played on his lips, and he said gently, Of course, that is no problem. I do not mind having a companion by my side when traveling the continent. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu beamed with joy, her face full of excitement. Yay! On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing finally came back to her senses at this moment. What had she seen? Flender and Zhao Wuji, these two spirit saint powerhouses who were invincible in her eyes, one had fainted, and the other was kneeling on the ground, not daring to get up. Is this Lu Chen's true strength? Too amazing. Zhu Zhuqing looked at those few blue-silver vines. Her heart suddenly stirred. These were almost exactly the same as the blue-silver vines that had saved her back then. Could it be? Zhu Zhuqing gathered her courage and also walked to Lu Chen's side. Her voice was no longer as cold as usual, and she asked with a determined tone. "Hello, my name is Zhu Zhuqing. Previously in the Stardew Great Forest, someone saved my life using blue-silver grass, just like these blue-silver grass you control. Was the person who saved my life back then you?" Xiao Wu showed a look of surprise. Just a short while ago, Zhu Zhuqing had asked her if she and Tang San had been to the Stardew Great Forest some time ago. It turned out that Zhu Zhuqing wanted to find her savior. Xiao Wu also looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen chuckled and nodded, admitting it. "You are welcome, it was just a small effort. Given the situation at the time, even without me, you would have been able to escape. My help just allowed you to suffer fewer injuries." Zhu Zhuqing's expression was solemn, and she thanked him earnestly. "You cannot say it like that. If I had continued to be hunted, whether I could have escaped safely would still be an unknown. To me, you are my savior. I will definitely repay your kindness, even though my strength is low and I might not be able to help you with much, but I will absolutely never be your enemy." Immediately, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Flender and said in a cold voice, "Dean, I also want to apply to drop out. Lu Chen is my savior. You want to deal with Lu Chen, and I am absolutely unwilling to be complicit with you. From now on, I am no longer a student of Shrek Academy." Flender was so scared he almost jumped up. What was Zhu Zhuqing saying? He had already severed his own arm. How could he dare to continue being an enemy of Lu Chen? Did he not want his life anymore? Because of excessive blood loss, Flender was already a bit dizzy. He put on a flattering face and said fawningly, I dare not. I, Flender, will never dare to be an enemy of your excellency again. Zhuqing, if you want to drop out, then drop out, but do not slander me. Your excellency, looking at the current situation, can we leave now?" Lu Chen looked down and glanced at Flender, saying, "Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, since they have both dropped out, shouldn't you refund their registration fees and tuition fees?" Flender felt a pang of heartache. For Shrek Academy students, the registration fee was 10 gold coins, and the tuition was 100 gold coins. The registration and tuition fees for these two people amounted to 220 gold coins, which was not a small sum. But now, Lu Chen had spoken. How could Flender dare not to refund? He hurriedly took out a money bag filled with gold coins from his storage soul guidance device and refunded the registration and tuition fees to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. After refunding the registration and tuition fees, Flender put on a fawning face and continued, "Your Excellency, then we will leave first." At this moment, Lu Chen spoke again. "Wait, hearing this, wait." Flender's heart almost jumped out of his throat. With a mournful face, he pleaded. "Your Excellency, is there anything else?" Lu Chen said in a calm tone. "Do not forget to compensate for the losses of the hotel and these shops nearby. This was all caused because you took the initiative to provoke trouble." Flender felt another pang of heartache, but how could he dare to say a single word of refusal? Yes, this is all our fault." Afterward, Lu Chen paid him no more attention and instead looked at Zhu Zhuqing, smiling as he said, "Zhuqing, now that you have dropped out, where do you plan to go?" "If you have nowhere to go, then come with me to travel the continent. After all, it is because of me that you dropped out of Shrek Academy. I certainly cannot just leave you to fend for yourself." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's face was full of disbelief. A powerhouse like Lu Chen was actually willing to take her along to travel the continent. Even if she had to face a dragon's pool or a tiger's den in the future, she had to agree. "I am willing." Chapter 110. Shrek disbands. Lu Chen swept his gaze around. Everything was in a mess. He said, "It is impossible to live here now. Let's go. We will find a place to stay tonight. Regardless of where we are going tomorrow, we must wait until dawn to decide." After withdrawing from Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing did not have a place to stay either. Hearing Lu Chen say this, they nodded in agreement without any objections. Lu Chen, along with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, reached a consensus and turned to leave the place. After Lu Chen left, Flender stood up from the ground, swaying. Due to excessive blood loss, he felt dizzy. He used his spirit power to seal the acupoints on his right shoulder, stopping the blood that kept flowing out. He then took out a bottle of red potion from his storage soul guidance device and drank it. That was a healing potion, which could accelerate wound healing. After drinking the healing potion, he felt a warm current inside his body, and the pain in his right shoulder seemed to decrease slightly. Flender let out a miserable laugh. Having lost an arm, his strength was greatly diminished. Being forced to kneel and beg for mercy in front of everyone had also completely shattered his spirit. Now he was truly disheartened and only wanted to find a place to live in complete seclusion. I, Flender, have traveled across the continent. I never expected that in my later years I would stumble so badly. Old Zhao, I hope you are still alive. Flender stumbled toward Zhao Wuji's location. Entering the shop, he saw Zhao Wuji lying on the ground, his face pale and his breath faint. He checked Zhao Wuji's body. His right arm had a comminuted fracture. It was likely untreatable, and he might be left with a permanent disability. His cervical vertebrae and skull were severely deformed, and his brain had suffered a violent concussion. It was unclear if there would be any lasting sequelae. Even so, Flender breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you are alive, that's good. Old Zhao, I have let you down. I will definitely do my best to help you recover. Afterward, Flender went outside. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were less injured. Flender called out to them, Mubai, Hongjun, you come over and carry Teacher Zhao. Little Ao, you go and bring Tang San. We are returning to the academy. Oscar responded and simultaneously created several large sausages, handing them to Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Flender respectively. Afterward, he went to Tang San, and after a great deal of effort, managed to get Tang San onto his back. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun ate Oscar's large sausages. With silent expressions, they went into the shop and carried Zhao Wuji, one in front and one behind. Flender also ate a large sausage and felt his spirits recover slightly. He went to pick up his severed arm, his eyes filled with deep sorrow. This arm of his had left him forever. After all, it was his own arm, so Flender put it into his storage soul guidance device. He then went to the nearby hotels and shops to pay the necessary compensation, which immediately caused his wallet to shrink again. Flender felt a sharp pain in his heart, but since this was ordered by Lu Chen, he dared not disobey. After doing all this, Flender led the others away from Soto City like stray dogs, returning to Shrek Academy. On the way back, the more Dai Mubai thought about it, the angrier he became. Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée, and now Zhu Zhuqing had left with Lu Chen. He could imagine what Zhu Zhuqing would experience in the future with his lower body. A woman he hadn't even tasted yet was about to be played with by someone else. Dai Mubai was so angry. Dai Mubai's pupils were bloodshot, and he complained in a volatile voice. Tang San, are you and that Lu Chen really from the same village and the same school? You are only at level 29 spirit power. Why is he unreasonably strong? In the past, when we fought other students, the Dean and Teacher Zhao would help us settle it. This time, even the Dean and Teacher Zhao were beaten. Tang San, you were fine. Why did you have to provoke him? Recalling the experience of being whipped like a spinning top, Ma Hongjun's fat trembled again. He also complained to Tang San. Boss Dai is right. Tang San, we have been screwed over by you this time. Look at how I was whipped. I am still in pain all over. Why did you have to provoke such a terrifying monster? A single blue-silver grass could whip me like a spinning top. He didn't even use a spirit ability. With such strength, why did he say he was a spirit elder? Isn't that misleading people? They were now blaming Tang San, completely forgetting that they had a part in inciting Tang San to trouble Lu Chen earlier. Under Flender's education, they had developed a bullying nature. Thinking Lu Chen was a spirit elder, they had instigated Tang San to trouble Lu Chen while they watched the fun from the sidelines. Upon discovering that Lu Chen was not to be trifled with, they immediately began complaining about Tang San, showing their petty nature. Tang San, on Oscar's back, heard Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun say this, and his breathing became rapid. He was not feeling well either. Xiao Wu had scolded him thoroughly and severed their relationship, which made Tang San's heart ache so much he could barely breathe. As a result now, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun not only didn't comfort him, but instead complained about him. Tang San also made a mental note against Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun in his heart. The original Shrek 7 devils, without Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, only had 4 people left. Now, the remaining 4 were also divided and full of contradictions. This small group would sooner or later fall apart. Walking at the front, Flender spoke up to stop Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's complaints. Enough, stop talking. What is the point of saying all that now? Tang San, you are the Grandmaster's disciple. I don't know how much of the Grandmaster's intelligence you have learned. Given Lu Chen's age, can you guess why he possesses such terrifying power? Mentioning this question, Tang San said in a hoarse voice. Lu Chen is the same as me. Both of us are blue-silver grass with innate full spirit power. As a trash spirit, blue-silver grass cannot bring any spirit power. I have twin spirits. He should also have twin spirits. I was warned by my teacher not to cultivate my second spirit for the time being. If my guess is correct, Lu Chen has cultivated his second spirit. By attaching spirit rings to his second spirit, he rapidly increases his spirit power. A normal spirit master has 1 spirit ring, but he has 2. A normal spirit grandmaster has 2 spirit rings, but he has 4. Following this calculation, no matter what realm of spirit master he is, he will always have twice as many spirit rings as a spirit master of the same realm. With such talent, he is naturally terrifyingly strong. However, according to my teacher, he has also wasted his own talent. Cultivating the second spirit should be done at least after the 5th ring, so that all the spirit rings attached to the second spirit can be 10,000-year spirit rings. Flender, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar all gasped. Twin spirits, what a terrifying talent. Having twice as many spirit rings as a normal spirit master, no wonder Lu Chen could be so terrifyingly strong without activating his spirit or using spirit abilities, relying solely on his physical body strength. Flender let out a bitter laugh and said, "So that's it." Even if he wasted his potential, who could resist the temptation of possessing such terrifying power in just a few years? Now I am crippled, and I don't know when old Zhao will wake up. I am afraid this Shrek Academy can no longer continue. Mubai, Little Ao, Hongjun, Tang San, I will no longer interfere with your decision to stay or leave. For the next period, we will stay at Shrek Academy to recuperate and heal our injuries. As for the future, we will consider other options when the Grandmaster arrives. With the Grandmaster's intelligence, he will definitely be able to point us in the right direction. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun had deep feelings for Shrek Academy. Even if Shrek Academy disbanded, they were unwilling to leave immediately. As for Tang San, he already knew that Flender and his teacher, Yu Xiaogang, were good friends. Since his teacher was coming, he planned to wait here and take the opportunity to heal his injuries. Tang San was very confused right now and urgently needed the abyss-like wisdom of Yu Xiaogang to point out his path of cultivation. Chapter 111. Tang Hao storms Spirit Hall. A lot really happened this night in Soto City. Lu Chen finally gave Tang San a good beating. Meanwhile, at Spirit Hall, Tang Hao, the clear sky Douluo who had disappeared from the continent for 12 years, also showed up at Spirit Hall that night. As for why Tang Hao sought out Spirit Hall, the reason lay with Lu Chen. Some time ago, Tang Hao secretly escorted Tang San to enroll in Shrek Academy, and because Zhao Wuji beat Tang San up, Tang Hao had come knocking that same night. Tang Hao gave Zhao Wuji a sound beating, instructed Flender to teach Tang San well, and then returned to the cave behind St. Spirit Village. As a result, he discovered that his wife, the blue-silver Emperor Ah Yin, whom he had been keeping in the cave, had disappeared. Tang Hao was furious, and he also discovered that the blue-silver Emperor right leg bone had been taken, which caused him to completely lose his mind. The only clue at the scene was 12 large characters on the stone wall. When you killed my master, did you ever think of today? For the past 12 years, Tang Hao had been numbing himself with alcohol every day, and his brain had become dulled by the alcohol. Seeing these 12 characters, he didn't think too deeply, but instead roared angrily, "Bibai dong," boom. A terrifying aura, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing, exploded from Tang Hao's body. He was, after all, the clear sky Douluo. His aura was strong enough to rival 100,000-year spirit beast. Tang Hao flew out of the cave, his eyes bloodshot, breathing heavily like an ox with a ferocious expression as if he wanted to devour someone. He didn't pause for a moment and flew straight towards Spirit Hall. By nightfall, Tang Hao finally arrived at Spirit Hall. He hovered above Spirit Hall, his killing intent almost solidifying, causing a layer of blood-colored light to permeate his surroundings. Bibai dong. The roar woke up countless people in the entire Spirit Hall and even the entire Spirit City from their sleep. Temple knights, bishops of all levels, and even titled Douluo-level elders all moved quickly, converging towards the Supreme Pontiff Palace. And Bibai dong, who was staying in the Supreme Pontiff Palace, didn't even have time to change out of her gorgeous robes, so she had to stand out wearing only a white nightgown. She flew to the roof of the Supreme Pontiff Palace and looked at Tang Hao, who was standing in the sky, dressed in rags, disheveled, and sallow-faced, her expression extremely solemn. The current Tang Hao was vastly different from the one 12 years ago. 12 years ago, Tang Hao was in the prime of his life, high-spirited and unrestrained. Although not particularly handsome, he was full of masculine dominance. Looking at the current Tang Hao, if one only looked at his appearance, he was no different from a beggar on the street. But through that incomparably familiar slaughter god domain, Bibai dong recognized this beggar at a glance. Clear sky Douluo, Tang Hao, Bibai dong was very puzzled. What was wrong with this guy Tang Hao, running to their spirit hall in the middle of the night? But on the surface, as the man who killed her master, Bibai dong quickly made her stance clear. Tang Hao, I haven't come looking for you, the culprit who killed my master, yet you've come looking for me. Our spirit hall is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Since you are throwing yourself into the net today, I will fulfill your wish. I will use your head to pay tribute to my master's spirit in heaven. As Bibai dong spoke, one powerful figure after another quickly flew to her side. Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, Devil Bear Douluo, Ghost Leopard Douluo, Spirit Kite Douluo, Holy Dragon Douluo, Sea Turtle Douluo. Except for Snake Lance Douluo and Porcupine Fish Douluo, the other 7 of the 9 titled Douluo elders had all gathered beside Bibai dong. Including Bibai dong, there were a total of 8 titled Douluo. This was a force that could make the entire Spirit Master's world tremble. Facing so many titled Douluo, Tang Hao did not retreat in the slightest. He used his slaughter god domain to continuously strengthen his aura. This made his aura as a single titled Douluo capable of rivaling the combined aura of the 8 titled Douluo opposite him. Tang Hao raised his hand, and surging black gold light erupted from his body, condensing a clear sky hammer in his palm. The hammer handle was 2 meters long, and the hammer head was engraved with mysterious patterns. After this clear sky hammer appeared, the air seemed to stagnate. The terrifying pressure of the clear sky hammer spirit made Tang Hao look like a god or demon who had walked out of hell. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The astonishing spirit ring configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red rose from his feet. Tang Hao's pupils were blood red as he stared at Bibai dong and said, "Give Ah Yin back to me." Bibai dong was a little confused by this shout. She didn't remember ever snatching Ah Yin, so she didn't respond directly. Everyone, attack together. We cannot let Tang Hao run away today. Many titled Douluo summoned their spirits together. The scene was shocking. Bibai dong's spirit ring configuration was 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. The spirit ring configurations of the other 7 titled Douluo were all 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Instantly, the entire sky above the Supreme Pontiff Palace was covered with circles of spirit rings, especially the numerous black spirit rings, which gave people a great sense of shock. Seeing that Bibai dong had no intention of returning Ah Yin to him, the last shred of reason in Tang Hao's mind completely dissipated. Now he just wanted to vent the infinite anger in his heart. 7th spirit ability, Clear Sky Avatar. ninth spirit ability, Power of the Clear Sky. Instantly, under Tang Hao's feet, the black 7th spirit ring and the red 9th spirit ability flashed simultaneously. Under the infusion of massive spirit power, the clear sky hammer in Tang Hao's hand began to expand as if it were an inflated balloon, instantly turning into a 100-meter-sized object. Subsequently, the 100-meter-sized clear sky hammer bloomed with brilliant blood-red light, and the entire clear sky hammer turned into a giant blood-colored hammer. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread out, stirring up ripples in mid-air. Bibai Dong looked solemn and ordered. Tang Hao has lost his mind. He actually used his 9th spirit ability right from the start. Everyone, scatter. Do not meet his 9th spirit ability head-on. None of the titled Douluo present were fools. They instantly rose into the air and dispersed to various positions. Although this blow from Tang Hao was powerful enough, it was impossible for him to attack so many of them at once. Who would have thought that Tang Hao had extremely rich combat experience? He did not attack the titled Douluo present. Under his control, the 100-meter-sized blood-colored clear sky hammer smashed straight towards the Supreme Pontiff Palace. The Supreme Pontiff Palace, as Bibai Dong's residence and place of work, was the landmark building of Spirit Hall. If the Supreme Pontiff Palace were destroyed, Spirit Hall would lose its reputation and become a joke in the mouths of other major and minor forces. Bibai Dong and the other titled Douluo all had their expressions changed drastically. Having dispersed, they now had to gather again, each using defensive spirit abilities to resist the 100-meter-sized blood-colored clear sky hammer together. Boom, boom. Earth-shattering explosion sounds rang out, and terrifying energy fluctuations scattered, whipping up gusts of wind blowing in all directions. This terrifying collision made the sky as bright as day, making the many spirit masters of Spirit Hall feel oppressed in their hearts. Under the full resistance of Bibai Dong and the other 7, titled Douluo, this blow from Tang Hao ultimately failed to destroy the Supreme Pontiff Palace. The next moment, 2 figures, one white and one black, flashed out. They were Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, and they rushed rapidly towards Tang Hao's position. 2-phase stasis domain, 18 spirit rings shone in the sky. The powers of Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo merged to form a special force that quickly spread to the surroundings. As a power type titled Douluo, speed was not Tang Hao's area of expertise, so he couldn't dodge in time and was imprisoned in the 2-phase stasis domain. Under the suppression of the 2-phase stasis domain, even someone as strong as Tang Hao could not move. Great Sumeru hammer, ring explosion. Tang Hao was very decisive. Since he couldn't break free from the 2-phase stasis domain with his own strength, he immediately used his true ability, bang. Bang, 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 he first exploded his first 4 spirit rings. Unfortunately, the yellow and purple spirit rings did not provide much energy even if exploded. Bang, bang, he then exploded his 5th and 6th spirit rings. The powerful energy provided by the 2 black 10,000-year spirit rings caused Tang Hao's aura to soar, and the 2-phase stasis domain that had originally been able to suppress him began to tremble slightly. Bang, bang, he exploded his 7th and 8th spirit rings as well. In an instant, that surging black energy gathered in Tang Hao's body, making the spirit power fluctuations emanating from him no less than those of a level 98 Super Douluo. With a roar from Tang Hao, the 2-phase stasis domain shattered with a bang. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo also let out screams. The backlash from their broken spirit fusion skill caused them to spit out blood continuously. Hammer, come, Tang Hao roared, and the clear sky hammer flew back into his hand. He poured all the energy from exploding his first 8 spirit rings into the clear sky hammer. This caused his clear sky hammer to emit a heart-stopping black light, so dark and profound that it seemed to be able to devour everything. Go. Tang Hao threw the clear sky hammer in his hand, and the black light-emitting clear sky hammer smashed towards the Supreme Pontiff Palace once again. He was already in a state of unhealed serious injury. Exploding 8 spirit rings was already the limit his body could bear. If he exploded his last ninth spirit ring, his body would simply not be able to withstand that violent energy. If he exploded the red spirit ring as well, this great Sumeru hammer would be the strongest attack below a god-level skill, but the price would be his own life. But even without exploding the red spirit ring, this great Sumeru hammer was equivalent to the full-strength blow of a level 98 Super Douluo. Bibai Dong, together with Devil Bear Douluo, Ghost Leopard Douluo, Holy Dragon Douluo, Sea Turtle Douluo, and Spirit Kite Douluo, resisted this great Sumeru hammer, but they still couldn't stop it completely. The roof of the Supreme Pontiff Palace was smashed by the clear sky hammer. With a loud rumble, the roof of the Supreme Pontiff Palace collapsed. Dust filled the air, and large and small fragments fell everywhere. Bibai Dong, Devil Bear Douluo, Ghost Leopard Douluo, Holy Dragon Douluo, Sea Turtle Douluo, and Spirit Kite Douluo were also severely injured, all gasping violently, their blood churning, unable to calm down. Tang Hao coughed violently a few times, and a mouthful of blood surged up his throat, but he swallowed it back forcibly. He didn't want to expose his weakness in front of his enemies. The dark injuries left over from the great battle 12 years ago were still tormenting him, and he was simply not at his peak. At this moment, Tang Hao's face was full of unwillingness. The number of titled Douluo in Spirit Hall was simply too many. He had tried his best, but only managed to smash the roof of the Supreme Pontiff Palace. If he continued to fight, he would surely be the one to die in the end. Taking advantage of the fact that Bibai Dong and the others were still calming their churning blood, Tang Hao turned and left helplessly. His angry, low roar traveled from afar. "If you don't return Yin to me, I will definitely come back again." Tang Hao ran away. Having exploded 8 spirit rings, he would fall into a weakened state, and he would need some time to recover the exploded spirit rings. Bibai Dong watched the departing Tang Hao, with a trace of unwillingness in her eyes. Tang Hao had come to Spirit Hall for no reason, demanding that she return Yin to him, and had smashed the roof of her Supreme Pontiff Palace. This was a great humiliation, a provocation to her, the Supreme Pontiff. Bibai Dong then looked towards the direction of the Elder Hall, her heart filled with uncontrollable anger. "Damn old thing, you'd rather watch Tang Hao run wild than help. Do you want to make me, the Supreme Pontiff, make a fool of myself and lose my prestige, so your granddaughter can come back and take over sooner? There is absolutely no such possibility. The day I become a god will be the day your angel lineage is completely cut off." Thinking of this, Bibai Dong gave an angry order. "Elders, hear my order. Issue a continent-wide wanted order for Tang Hao." This kind of villain not only killed the previous Supreme Pontiff, but also ran to Spirit Hall to run wild. His crimes are unforgivable, and everyone has the right to punish him. He has exploded 8 spirit rings. Even if he still has some strength, he is already at the end of his rope. As soon as you find Tang Hao, notify me immediately. I want to bring people to kill him personally to comfort my master's spirit in heaven. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. The many titled Douluo present responded in unison. "As you command." Chapter 112, Preparing to Move Parents, let's get back to Lu Chen's side. Because of the battle with Tang San and the others, the hotel where Lu Chen had been staying was left in shambles, forcing him to take Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to find another hotel in Soto City. Lu Chen booked 2 rooms, one for himself and another for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. However, before going to sleep, Xiao Wu pulled Zhu Zhuqing along to Lu Chen's room. Xiao Wu blinked her large, sparkling eyes, looking at Lu Chen with a face full of curiosity. "Boss Lu Chen, 3 years ago, when you first went out to hunt spirit beasts, you were just a spirit scholar without a spirit ring. Yet, only 3 years have passed. How did you become a titled Douluo?" It wasn't just Xiao Wu who was curious. Zhu Zhuqing was equally intrigued. After Xiao Wu asked, Zhu Zhuqing also pricked up her ears to listen. Lu Chen could never tell anyone about his golden finger that made him stronger just by breathing. It was his greatest trump card. He could only respond vaguely, "I am gifted with extraordinary talent." I've discovered that one day of my cultivation is equivalent to a month of others' cultivation. Xiao Wu listened, half-doubting, but there didn't seem to be any other explanation. Xiao Wu then turned her head to look at Zhu Zhuking. Zhuking, you said that when you were in the Stardew Great Forest, you were being hunted, and it was boss Lu Chen who saved you. Who exactly was hunting you? Zhu Zhuking's body trembled slightly. She pursed her lips, a flash of hatred appearing in her eyes. After a moment of thought, she decided not to hide anything from Lu Chen and Xiao Wu and explained the entire sequence of events. The one who sent spirit masters to hunt me down was my sister, Zhu Jian. I come from the Star Luo Zhu family. The Star Luo Zhu family and the Star Luo royal family, the Dai family, have intermarried for generations. Because our spirits have great complementarity, the White Tiger spirit and the Hell Civet spirit can form the spirit fusion skill, Hell White Tiger. When a Spirit Douluo level White Tiger Spirit Master and a Hell Civet Spirit Master activate the Spirit Fusion skill, Hell White Tiger, it is enough to rival a titled Douluo. Xiao Wu looked surprised upon hearing this, the Dai family, the White Tiger Spirit, then you and Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuking nodded, her expression grim. Dai Mubai and I actually have a marriage contract arranged by our families. This involves another secret. To cultivate outstanding successors, the Star Luo royal family makes the princes of each generation compete with each other. Only the one who survives to the end can inherit the throne of the Star Luo Empire. Dai Mubai and I have a marriage contract, and my sister, Zhu Jian, has one with Dai Mubai's brother, Dai Weisi. We are all competitors. To survive to the end, we must kill each other. I have actually accepted this tragic fate. It's just fighting, isn't it? Whether I live or die, I dare to face it head-on. As she spoke, Zhu Zhuking became increasingly angry, but my partner, Dai Mubai, is a complete coward. He is the true contender for the throne, yet he shamefully became a deserter. He fled from the Star Luo Empire to the Heaven Dew Empire, wasting his time at Shrek Academy. He does nothing productive all day, just looks for women everywhere to vent his desires, leaving me alone in the Star Luo Empire to face the suppression from my sister, Zhu Jian, and Dai Weisi. When I escaped this time, my sister, Zhu Jian, sent spirit masters to hunt me down. If I hadn't encountered Lu Chen and received his help, it would have been uncertain whether I could have made it to Shrek Academy alive. Hearing this, Xiao Wu suddenly realized. When she and Tang San first arrived in Soto City, they had seen Dai Mubai taking a pair of twin sisters to a hotel. So that lecherous tiger had run to Soto City to indulge in debauchery just to escape the family competition. After pouring out her secret in one breath, Zhu Zhuking lowered her head, not daring to look Lu Chen in the eye, and said hesitantly, Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, I don't want to deceive you. Now that you have taken me in, you are very likely to face the hostility of the Star Luo royal family. Because of its cruel competition system, every generation of emperors in the Star Luo Empire is outstanding, and the Star Luo Empire as a whole is stronger than the Heaven Dew Empire. The hostility of the Star Luo royal family will very likely cause you to face some unpredictable risks. Lu Chen didn't mind this at all. He already knew Zhu Zhuking's background clearly. If he had been afraid of the Star Luo royal family's hostility, he wouldn't have invited Zhu Zhuking in the first place. He reached out and rubbed Zhu Zhuking's head. Her hair was very soft, feeling like silk in his hand. Now that this little kitten was in his hands, she naturally wouldn't need to face any more danger. Lu Chen said in a confident voice, Then let them come find me. The fate that the Star Luo royal family, the Dai family, and the Star Luo Zhu family have imposed upon you, I will personally sever it for you. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuking suddenly raised her head, staring at Lu Chen without blinking. It was as if an iceberg were melting. Her eyes welled up with emotion. Her heart was about to melt. The feeling of having someone to rely on turned out to be so reassuring. Without having to bear those heavy burdens of fate, Zhu Zhuking felt completely relaxed. Immediately, Lu Chen smiled and said, That day in the Stardew Great Forest, I was actually looking for a suitable spirit beast to serve as the spirit ring for my second spirit. Xiao Wu, you are more familiar with the Stardew Great Forest. You know which powerful spirit beasts over 50,000 years old are in the Stardew Great Forest. Hearing Lu Chen's words, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were extremely surprised. A second spirit. They hadn't expected that Lu Chen actually possessed twin spirits. Xiao Wu suddenly became nervous. After all, she was a 100,000-year spirit beast in human form. However, the warm aura of the substitute blue-silver emperor in her arms allowed her to gradually relax. If Lu Chen wanted to harm her, there would be no need for him to give her the substitute blue-silver emperor. But after relaxing, Xiao Wu suddenly became nervous again. She was afraid that Lu Chen would target Da Ming and Ming. Da Ming, also known as the Sky Azure Bull Python, was the forest emperor at the 100,000-year spirit beast level. Ming, also known as the Titan Giant Ape, was the forest king at the 100,000-year spirit beast level. Da Ming and Ming were both Xiao Wu's little brothers. She certainly couldn't stand by and watch them become someone else's spirit ring or spirit bone, so Xiao Wu looked at Lu Chen pitifully. She took the initiative to step forward, hugged one of Lu Chen's arms, shook it, and acted spoiled. "Boss Lu Chen, isn't there any other way? Do you really have to hunt those spirit beasts?" Lu Chen understood Xiao Wu's concerns and chuckled. "You can't possibly plead for every single spirit beast in the Stardew Great Forest, can you? Don't you have some spirit beasts you hate?" Hearing about annoying spirit beasts, a few figures really flashed through Xiao Wu's mind. There were a few powerful spirit beasts that always wanted to seize their territory, making Xiao Wu grit her teeth in hatred. For example, that dark gold terrorclaw bear and that dark demonic evil god tiger. They only had 50,000 to 60,000 years of cultivation, but their strength rivaled that of 100,000-year spirit beasts. Even if she, Da Ming, and Ming joined forces, they could only drive the opponents away, not kill them. If Lu Chen needed a spirit ring, he could hunt the dark gold terrorclaw bear and the dark demonic evil god tiger. She could let Da Ming and Ming come to help, the dark gold terrorclaw bear and the dark demonic evil god tiger. These spirit beasts were even stronger than titled Douluo. She was genuinely afraid that Lu Chen wouldn't be able to defeat them alone. Xiao Wu immediately nodded and said, "I know of some spirit beasts. Next time we go to the Stardew Great Forest, we can go specifically to hunt those. I can also find friends in the forest to help." Lu Chen was overjoyed. Xiao Wu's friends were none other than the Sky Azure Bull Python, Da Ming, and the Titan Giant Ape, Ming. With the help of the Forest Emperor and the Forest King, hunting those spirit beasts would be much easier. After all, Lu Chen was an auxiliary titled Douluo, and his strength was quite limited. Only after adding a spirit ring to his second spirit would he truly possess the combat power of a titled Douluo. Lu Chen smiled, "Then it's settled. You two go back and rest early. We'll set off for the Stardew Great Forest tomorrow." Afterwards, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing returned to their room, while Lu Chen sat in his own room to meditate and cultivate. The night passed quickly the next day. Lu Chen took Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing and left Soto City, heading towards the Stardew Great Forest. In less than half a day, they arrived at a small town outside the Stardew Great Forest. While in this town, they happened to hear some interesting rumors. It was said that last night, the clear sky Douluo Tang Hao, who had been missing on the continent for 12 years, suddenly attacked Spirit Hall. Despite the obstruction of 8 titled Douluo from Spirit Hall, he forcibly collapsed the roof of the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, Bibai Dong, has issued a wanted order. Anyone who can provide Tang Hao's whereabouts will earn the qualification to join Spirit Hall. Anyone who can capture Tang Hao dead or alive will receive a spirit bone over 50,000 years old. This news made many people feel excited. They didn't have the guts to capture Tang Hao. Not everyone was qualified to take a spirit bone over 50,000 years old. However, many were still willing to try their luck just to provide information on Tang Hao and earn the qualification to join Spirit Hall. Lu Chen was shocked beyond measure upon hearing this news. This Tang Hao's strength is truly terrifying. Even with 8 titled Douluo from Spirit Hall obstructing him, he was still able to collapse the roof of the Supreme Pontiff Palace and escape unscathed. Spirit Hall is truly useless. Tang Hao delivered himself to their doorstep, yet they still couldn't catch him. A Tang Hao who could appear anywhere is simply too dangerous. My parents are still in Saint Spirit Village, with only Ah Yin watching over them. No, that's not safe enough. I must move my parents. Hunting spirit beasts can be done at any time, but I must prioritize the safety of my parents. Thus, Chen immediately turned back and headed towards Saint Spirit Village with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. He decided to postpone hunting spirit beasts for now. He planned to take his parents to a safer place. Chapter 113. Fast Nuo City, Saint Spirit Village. This secluded little village remained as peaceful as ever, no different from when Chen had left it before. Considering the safety of his parents, Chen made a special trip back to Saint Spirit Village, preparing to take them and move away. This time, Chen did not return alone. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were by his side. Xiao Wu had been to Saint Spirit Village before, so she was not overly curious. It was Zhu Zhuqing's first time in Saint Spirit Village, and she felt curious about everything she saw. A village capable of producing a titled Douluo expert. What exactly made this village so extraordinary? In less than a moment, Chen returned home. His parents were naturally overjoyed to see him, and especially upon seeing that he had brought back 2 young ladies, they smiled from ear to ear. Rose welcomed Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing into the house, while Luan picked up a knife and headed out, preparing to slaughter chickens and ducks to properly host the guests who had come from afar. Seeing his parents so happy, Chen didn't want to say anything to dampen the mood, planning to wait until the family had finished their reunion meal before bringing up the topic of moving. In about 2 hours, Chen's parents had prepared a sumptuous meal. Roasted chicken, stewed duck, stir-fried meat, stir-fried bok choy, cold-dressed dried radish, all simple farm dishes. They looked plain but tasted delicious. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing ate with endless praise, while the smiles on Luan and Rose's faces never faded from beginning to end. At the dining table, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also met Ah Yin for the first time. As 2 spirit grandmasters, they naturally could not see through Ah Yin's disguise and had no suspicions about her identity. Chen did not intend to reveal Ah Yin's identity in the short term, so he did not introduce her proactively. It wasn't until after the meal that Chen revealed the real reason for his return. Dad, Mom, the reason I came back this time is to take you away and move. Firstly, it's to let you live a better life in the city, and secondly, to avoid any of my enemies who might come looking for trouble with you if they don't dare to seek revenge on me. You don't need to pack anything. We can buy new things once we get to the city. If you're really sentimental, you can bring 1 or 2 keepsakes. Start packing in a little while. We'll leave this afternoon. I'm going to go to the village chief's house to see if Grandpa Old Jack is willing to leave with us. Hearing this, Luan and Rose felt at a loss. They had lived in Saint Spirit Village all their lives. Asking them to leave Saint Spirit Village to go live in the city. They really didn't know if they could get used to it. Rose instinctively wanted to refuse, but Luan stopped her. Luan looked deeply at Chen. Now, Chen was a spirit master, while they, as parents, were just ordinary people. As ordinary people, they were merely a burden to Chen. The only way to help him was to avoid holding him back as much as possible. Since Chen had decided to take them to the city, they just needed to follow. Luan chose to trust Chen unconditionally. Little Chen, then you arrange it. However, we might need some time to pack. Even if we can't take all our belongings, we can distribute them to our neighbors. We can't just leave them here to gather dust. For such a small matter, Chen naturally did not refuse. He agreed without hesitation. All right then, we'll leave tomorrow. For the rest of the day, Dad, Mom, you handle the things in the house as you see fit. With only half a day to deal with their belongings, Luan and Rose felt the time pressure and hurriedly went to pack. Aside from some clothes and jewelry they wanted to take, Luan and Rose prepared to give away all the other grain, chickens, ducks, pigs, cattle, tables, chairs, benches, hoes, and sickles to the villagers. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, having eaten a meal at Lu Chen's house, were not idle at this time. They followed Luan and Rose, busying themselves and helping to move various items. This made Luan and Rose smile from ear to ear even more. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were not only beautiful and sweet-talking, but also nimble and not delicate at all. They were both good girls. Meanwhile, Lu Chen arrived at the home of the village chief, Old Jack, and found him just preparing for an afternoon nap. "Grandpa Old Jack, I'm back. This time, I'm preparing to take my parents and leave St. Spirit Village to live a good life in the city, and I want to take you with us." Old Jack listened with great gratification. Lu Chen had become a spirit master but still thought of him. Whenever there was something good, he would think of him. This made Old Jack very happy inside. Old Jack walked up to Lu Chen and reached out to pat his shoulder, but because Lu Chen had grown too tall, Old Jack could only pat his arm. He said in a tone full of gratification, "Little Chen, I appreciate your good intentions. I've been the village chief of St. Spirit Village for my whole life. If I leave St. Spirit Village, I wouldn't be able to find the meaning of my life. You are a good child. Take your parents to the city to enjoy life. If you really want to repay me, then cultivate well in the future and become a spirit saint as soon as possible. The thing I want most in this life is for St. Spirit Village to produce another spirit saint, then I could die without regrets." Lu Chen still wanted to persuade Old Jack, but Old Jack waved his hand, returned to his bed, lay down, and began his leisurely afternoon nap, unless Lu Chen forcibly took Old Jack away. Otherwise, Old Jack would absolutely not leave St. Spirit Village. Lu Chen was also very helpless and had to leave Old Jack's house. 8th Spirit Ability, Reincarnation Blue-Silver Emperor. Behind Old Jack's house, Lu Chen summoned his Blue-Silver Emperor martial soul, and ring after ring of spirit rings rose beneath his feet. His 8th spirit ring shone brightly, and under the infusion of his spirit power, his Blue-Silver Emperor martial soul manifested a reincarnation Blue-Silver Emperor. Lu Chen held the palm-sized reincarnation Blue-Silver Emperor, Blue-Silver Domain. Lu Chen activated the Blue-Silver Domain, and a blue, glowing light erupted from his body, covering the area around Old Jack's house. He threw the reincarnation Blue-Silver Emperor in his hand, and used the power of the Blue-Silver Domain to plant this reincarnation Blue-Silver Emperor around Old Jack's house. All around the house, the ground was covered in blue-silver grass. With these blue-silver grasses acting as cover, the reincarnation Blue-Silver Emperor was completely inconspicuous. In the future, if Old Jack were to encounter danger and meet with an accident, this reincarnation Blue-Silver Emperor could take effect, claiming Old Jack's soul and gradually evolving a new body. After retracting his martial soul, Lu Chen said softly, "I hope that these preparations I've made will never need to be used." Immediately after, Lu Chen turned and left. The next day, at the entrance of St. Spirit Village, Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Yin, Luan, and Rose, the group of 6 was ready to depart. The other villagers, led by Old Jack, came to see them off. Yesterday afternoon, Luan and Rose had distributed all their belongings to the other villagers. The villagers were still quite simple and honest, so they had come specially to see them off today. Watched by the crowd, Lu Chen and the others soon disappeared from sight. Lu Chen took his parents and did not go to Nuoding City, because Nuoding City was too close to St. Spirit Village and wasn't considered very safe. To ensure safety, Lu Chen took his parents to the capital of Fasnuo Province, Fasnuo City. In Fasnuo City, Lu Chen spent money like water, handling household registration for his parents, buying a house, and setting up businesses. He also acquired 100 acres of farmland in a village outside the city, preparing to build a manor on it. Lu Chen's parents were just ordinary people, and this was enough for them to live a leisurely life. As for safety, with Yin guarding by their side, Lu Chen didn't need to worry too much. With this, Lu Chen could finally rest easy. Chapter 114, King of the Forest. Titan giant ape Lu Chen left St. Spirit Village with his parents, so he no longer had any worries. Although there was some reluctance, Lu Chen still bid farewell to his parents and left with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. In the sky, Lu Chen had his left arm around Xiao Wu and his right arm around Zhu Yuqing. The two distinct, delicate scents of the young girls surrounded him, inevitably causing ripples in his heart. At this moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Yuqing had completely different reactions. Xiao Wu looked jubilant and cheerful. As Lu Chen held her waist, she spread her arms wide, as if to embrace the sky. She was enjoying the process of flying. Zhu Yuqing's small face was tense. Besides novelty, her eyes were filled with nervousness. With mountains and rivers sprawling beneath her feet, it was her first time being in such a high altitude. She hugged Lu Chen tightly, her chest pressing against him and deforming, as if that was the only way to gain enough sense of security. Lu Chen marveled inwardly. When it came to a bosom like this, it had to be Zhu Yuqing. She was truly worthy of being a special supply of the Star Luo royal family. Of course, Lu Chen didn't forget the main business. We are now heading to the Star Du Great Forest to attach a spirit ring to my second spirit. As for exactly how many rings to attach, that will depend on the situation. Once we return from the Star Du Great Forest, I will send you to a truly good school. Because of me, you withdrew from Shrek Academy, so I naturally have to be responsible for you to the end. You cannot learn my talent. If you want to increase your strength rapidly, you still need to go to a Spirit Master Academy and cultivate using mimetic environments. Xiao Wu and Zhu Yuqing were both captivated by what Lu Chen said. Xiao Wu was no longer cheerful. She suddenly turned her head to look at Lu Chen and asked nervously, "If you send us to a Spirit Master Academy, are you going to leave?" Xiao Wu was a bit of a romantic. Once she decided on Lu Chen, she wanted to stick with him all the time. Lu Chen explained to this, "Don't be so nervous. I won't just dump you at a Spirit Master Academy and never ask about you again. You will cultivate at the Spirit Master Academy during the day while I have my own things to do. I need to settle some scores with old enemies. Your strength is too weak. Even if you stay by my side, you won't be able to help much, so it's better to focus on improving yourselves." Zhu Yuqing was more open-minded, and she also craved to improve her strength, so she asked calmly, "Then what academy do you plan to send us to?" Because of her experiences in the Star Luo Empire, Zhu Yuqing was very eager for power and did not reject the idea of going to a Spirit Master Academy to study. Lu Chen said without hesitation, "Heaven Du Imperial Academy. This academy is generally only open to nobles. Noble children are always a mix of good and bad, so the students at this academy are also a mixed bag. But it is undeniable that the cultivation resources at Heaven Du Imperial Academy are second to none in the entire Heaven Du Empire. I am a titled Douluo, after all. Getting you into the academy to cultivate will certainly be no problem. By utilizing the resources of Heaven Du Imperial Academy, you can improve your strength sooner." In the past, Lu Chen hid and fled because he lacked strength. If he continued to hide and flee in the future, then his promotion to titled Douluo would have been in vain. Just as they were talking, the endless Star Du Great Forest appeared in their line of sight. Roar. Screech. The roars and screeches that rang out from time to time made one's hair stand on end, as if telling those who wanted to trespass into the Star Du Great Forest how dangerous this place was. Now that Lu Chen was a titled Douluo, he was bold due to his great skill, and flew directly into the Star Du Great Forest from the sky. After flying for a while, Lu Chen passed through the outer zone of the Star Du Great Forest and entered the mixed zone. In the mixed zone, 10,000-year spirit beasts were everywhere, and there was definitely no shortage of spirit beasts with cultivation levels as high as 50,000 years. Lu Chen no longer flew high in the sky. He didn't want to be inexplicably attacked by some high-level spirit beasts. He quickly landed in the forest, released Xiao Wu and Zhu Yuqing, and led them on foot as they continued to advance toward the depths of the Star Du Great Forest. At this time, Lu Chen looked at Zhu Yuqing and said, "Yuqing, no matter what you see in a moment, don't be too shocked. I am here for everything." Zhu Yuqing was a bit confused, but out of trust for Lu Chen, she nodded without hesitation, "I understand." After giving Zhu Yuqing a heads up, Lu Chen looked at Xiao Wu and said, "Xiao Wu, you can summon your friends now. I will not harm your friends." I can even assist your friends in hunting some hostile spirit beasts. I will just absorb the spirit ring of the hostile spirit beast. Returning to the Stardew Great Forest, Xiao Wu felt just like she was returning home. She didn't have the nervousness that other spirit masters had when entering the Stardew Great Forest. She was even skipping while they were on the road. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Xiao Wu smiled happily. She hadn't seen Da Ming and Ming for a long time, and this was a perfect chance to reunite. Xiao Wu actively unleashed her spirit power, unreservedly spreading her aura far and wide within the Stardew Great Forest. This was the mixed zone of the Stardew Great Forest, where high-level spirit beasts were countless. Exposing her own aura like this was simply telling those high-level spirit beasts that there was a piece of fat meat here, so come and eat it quickly. Seeing this scene, Zhu Zhuking's heart jumped to her throat. She wanted to open her mouth to remind Xiao Wu, but Lu Chen didn't say anything. She swallowed the words of warning back into her throat, looking at Xiao Wu and then at Lu Chen with great confusion, not knowing what they were up to. After about a few minutes, a rustling sound came from the surrounding woods, and some looming, massive figures had quietly gathered around. They were all attracted by the aura Xiao Wu unleashed. They opened their greedy beast eyes, wishing they could swallow Xiao Wu in one gulp. However, because there were too many spirit beasts eyeing Xiao Wu, they were wary of each other, and none of them wanted to be the first to step forward, so they stood in a stalemate. This stalemate didn't last long, and another 10+ minutes passed. Roar. A roar shattered the forest, echoing for 100 miles. That terrifying, monstrous ferocity, even from far away, made the spirit beasts in the forest start to flee in all directions as if they had encountered their natural predator. Those spirit beasts that had originally eyed Xiao Wu were now only concerned with fleeing for their lives, and no spirit beast dared to stay any longer. Rumble. Rumble. The entire forest was trembling as if a great earthquake had occurred. From afar, one could see a behemoth, its massive form like a mountain, rushing toward the location where Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuking were facing this situation. Xiao Wu did not panic at all. Instead, she showed a happy expression. Lu Chen secretly circulated his spirit power, ready at any time to take Zhu Zhuking and retreat. The Titan giant ape knew Xiao Wu, but it didn't know him and Zhu Zhuking. If the Titan giant ape attacked them, it would be no laughing matter. Zhu Zhuking was stunned. She opened her small mouth slightly, completely at a loss for words to express her feelings at this moment. In less than a minute, that behemoth, the Titan giant ape, had rushed to the location where Xiao Wu, Lu Chen, and Zhu Zhuking were. Roar. The Titan giant ape roared up at the sky, swung its millstone-sized fist, and smashed it toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen was a titled Douluo. The Titan giant ape thought Xiao Wu had been taken hostage by Lu Chen and that she had unleashed her aura to call for help. Therefore, after the Titan giant ape arrived, it attacked Lu Chen without saying a word. Seeing this, Lu Chen's expression turned solemn. He reached out to hold Zhu Zhuking's waist, already prepared to run away first, but at this moment, Xiao Wu scolded sharply. Ming, stop. Boss Lu Chen is not an enemy. Just this one sentence made the Titan giant ape stop its attack. Then Zhu Zhuking saw a scene that made her pupils shrink. The Titan giant ape withdrew its fist, scratched its head, and grinned. Sister Xiao Wu, what exactly is going on? Weren't you taken hostage? Did you not unleash your aura to call for my help? Chapter 115. Forest Emperor, Sky Azure Bull Python hearing the Titan giant ape's series of questions. Xiao Wu hugged one of Lu Chen's arms and introduced him. This is Lu Chen, and over there is Zhu Zhuking. They are both my friends from the human world. Boss Lu Chen is a helper I invited over. He can help us deal with that dark gold terrorclaw bear and the dark demonic evil god tiger. These two spirit beasts have been increasing their cultivation very quickly and are always trying to snatch the territory of the Lake of Life. If we can't deal with them sooner, they will definitely be a huge hidden danger in the future. Seeing the action of Xiao Wu hugging Lu Chen's arm and the intimacy revealed in her tone, it made the Titan giant ape feel extremely vigilant. It suddenly bristled like it was about to explode, glared at Lu Chen and assumed an offensive stance. Sister Xiao Wu, you must not be deceived by him. He is a titled Douluo. He must have deliberately approached you after discovering your identity. Humans are all liars. He must be coveting our spirit ring and spirit bone, wanting to get close to us and then kill us. Sister Xiao Wu, move aside, let me kill him. Seeing this nervous posture of the Titan giant ape, Lu Chen quickly realized that Da Ming and Ming had always liked Xiao Wu, and they were treating him as a love rival. Liking is a feeling. Creatures without intelligence pair with their own kind. This is the instinct to reproduce offspring. Creatures with intelligence have much broader preferences. For example, humans, some like grass, some like snakes, some like ghosts, and some like fluffy things. Once emotions overflow, they cannot be controlled at all. The sky azure bull python and the Titan giant ape already possess intelligence no lower than that of humans, so it is understandable that they like Xiao Wu, who is a soft bones rabbit. Feeling the hostility of the Titan giant ape, Lu Chen just smiled slightly, not caring, and did not open his mouth to explain anything. The person who tied the bell must untie it. Only Xiao Wu can solve this situation. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing was completely dumbfounded at this moment. She saw a spirit beast that could speak. Could this be the legendary 100,000-year spirit beast? A 100,000-year spirit beast called out Sister Xiao Wu the moment it opened its mouth. Xiao Wu, what exactly is her identity? Zhu Zhuqing finally understood why Lu Chen told her not to be too shocked by anything she saw later. The Titan giant ape, assuming an offensive stance, exerted a pressure that was truly like Mount Tai crushing the top. It felt as if the air had solidified, and the surroundings were completely silent. Although it was daytime, it gave people a gloomy feeling. If it were anyone else, their legs would have gone weak by now. But Xiao Wu was not afraid at all. She blocked the front of Lu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing, her willow eyebrows raised, showing an angry expression. Ming, what is going on with you? Are you not listening to me now? When I met Boss Lu Chen, he was not yet a titled Douluo, so how could he have recognized my true form? Even later, after he became a titled Douluo and recognized my true form, he did not do anything to harm me. I believe Boss Lu Chen will definitely not harm us. Put away this posture of yours and take us to see Da Ming. If you don't listen to me, I will never talk to you again. Xiao Wu, who raised Da Ming and Ming, possessed a majesty akin to bloodline suppression. Seeing that Xiao Wu was truly angry, the Titan giant ape immediately retracted its offensive stance, like a child who had done something wrong, cautiously begging for forgiveness. I'm sorry, Sister Xiao Wu. It was my fault. I will take you to see Da Ming. This scene was very comical. The Titan giant ape, 15 meters tall and like a small mountain, roared like a thunderclap in the sky, facing Xiao Wu, whom it could kill with a single slap. It dared not even speak loudly, and even its apology was soft and quiet. That ingratiating posture had absolutely none of the majesty of the king of the forest. How was this any different from a pet cat or dog? The Titan giant ape extended its huge palm. Sister, Xiao Wu, jump up. Xiao Wu took Lu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing and jumped onto the Titan giant ape's palm, introducing them at the same time. Boss Lu Chen, this is Ming, my little brother from before. And there is Da Ming, who lives in the Lake of Life in the core area of the Stardew Great Forest. The Lake of Life is the best territory in the Stardew Great Forest. Before, quite a few spirit beasts wanted to fight us for it. They were all beaten away by the combined efforts of me, Da Ming, and Ming, but the opponents were powerful, and it was very difficult for us to kill them. This time, with you joining in, we will definitely be able to kill them. That dark gold terrorclaw bear and the dark demonic evil god tiger are both 60,000-year spirit beasts. I believe they meet your requirements. Lu Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. The 60,000-year dark gold terrorclaw bear and dark demonic evil god tiger were exactly what were suitable as spirit rings for his black iron sickle spirit. The dark gold terrorclaw bear possessed the ultimate metal attribute, which could strengthen the toughness and sharpness of the black iron sickle. After absorbing this spirit ring, his black iron sickle spirit would be sufficient to transform into a top-tier spirit with powerful attack capabilities. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share infinite novel audio. The dark demonic evil god tiger was a top-tier spirit beast that gathered 6 major attributes: wind, thunder, evil, time, space, and darkness. After absorbing this spirit ring, even if he only inherited a portion of the attributes, Chen would be able to obtain a powerful attack skill. Although their cultivation was only 60,000 years, their strength could rival ordinary 100,000-year spirit beasts. The Forest Emperor Sky Azure Bull Python and the King of the Forest Titan Giant Ape had joined forces and still couldn't kill them. One could see the strength of the Dark Gold Terrorclaw Bear and the Dark Demonic Evil God Tiger. As for Xiao Wu, she was just an ordinary 100,000-year spirit beast. Without the help of Da Ming and Ming, she probably wouldn't be a match for the Dark Gold Terrorclaw Bear or the Dark Demonic Evil God Tiger. Immediately, Chen took the initiative to greet the Titan Giant Ape. "Hello, Ming. It is right for you to be wary of humans. Humans are greedy and blinded by profit. For the sake of spirit rings and spirit bones, they can use any means necessary. No matter what I say, it won't make you believe me, but I hope you can trust Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu has been friends with you for so many years. She will never harm you." The Titan Giant Ape sprinted towards the center of the forest. Hearing Chen's words, it lowered its head to look at Chen in its palm and let out a heavy, cold snort, as if a thunderclap had exploded. "Chempich, human, I will be watching you. If you dare to deceive Sister Xiao Wu, I will definitely hammer you into meat paste." With the Titan Giant Ape clearing the way, from the mixed zone of the Stardew Great Forest to the core area of the Stardew Great Forest, no spirit beast dared to attack on the way. They arrived at the Lake of Life very smoothly. This lake was extremely vast, with rippling blue waves and sparkling water, emitting a rich aura of life. Taking one breath would make a person feel refreshed. This was definitely a treasure land for cultivation that was not inferior to the ice and fire yin-yang well. Whether it was humans or spirit beasts, if they could cultivate here for a long time, their cultivation speed would likely increase several times over. No wonder the Dark Gold Terrorclaw Bear and the Dark Demonic Evil God Tiger were always thinking about this place. At this moment, in the Lake of Life, a behemoth gradually poked its head out, churning the lake water and causing waves to surge. That was a spirit beast with a bull's head and a snake's body, 2 bull horns standing upright towards the sky, and a pair of eyes wide open like copper bells. After it appeared, a pressure like a mountain whistling and a tsunami sweeping went in all directions. Even Chen felt a suppression in his heart. The strength of this Sky Azure Bull Python was definitely far superior to the Titan Giant Ape, the Forest Emperor, worthy of the name. The Sky Azure Bull Python said in a deep voice, "Sister Xiao Wu, welcome back." Ming, what is going on with these 2 human spirit masters?" Before the Titan Giant Ape could explain, Xiao Wu spoke first, telling the Sky Azure Bull Python the situation she had mentioned before. After listening, the Sky Azure Bull Python did not act as impulsively as the Titan Giant Ape, assuming a direct offensive posture. Instead, it used its copper bell-like eyes to stare closely at Chen and said, "Human, although you were brought back by Sister Xiao Wu, if you have any improper intentions, neither I nor Ming will ever let you go." Chen glanced at Xiao Wu, then smiled and replied, "Da Ming, Ming, I understand your distrust. If you discover that I intend to harm Xiao Wu, I welcome you to come and cause trouble for me at any time." Chapter 116, Hunting the Dark Gold Terrorclaw Bear. The core area of the Stardew Great Forest. Boom. Boom. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed far and wide through the forest, causing the earth to tremble slightly. The other spirit beasts in the forest were fleeing in panic. Among those fleeing were many 10,000-year spirit beasts, and even some that were tens of thousands of years old. Even such powerful spirit beasts had only one choice now: to run away. One couldn't blame them, though, because the owner of those heavy footsteps was none other than the king of the forest, the Titan giant ape. And coiled around the Titan giant ape was another spirit beast, the emperor of the forest, the sky azure bull python, with the king of the forest and the emperor of the forest patrolling together, which spirit beast would dare to act presumptuously in front of them. The Titan giant ape raised his palm, upon which stood three figures, Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. The sky azure bull python spoke in a low voice. "Sister, Xiao Wu, you have indeed arrived at the right time. That dark gold terror claw bear we drove away has recently snuck back into the core area again. Ming and I have been planning to drive it away again during this time. If we can eliminate it this time, we won't have to worry about it coveting the lake of life in the future." Just at this moment, the Titan giant ape suddenly stopped. His pair of beast eyes stared fixedly at a certain spirit beast, and he let out a roar, "Found it." Ahead, a terrifying giant beast stood with its back to them, tearing at the flesh and blood of a demon underworld wolf. That giant beast was actually a giant bear covered in dark gold fur, standing over 10 meters tall, with a sturdy physique and bulging muscles all over its body. At the giant bear's sides, a pair of giant claws were particularly eye-catching, at least 3 meters long. The giant claws were stained with blood, emitting a chilling cold light. Sensing the movement behind it, the giant bear turned around unhurriedly. Seeing the Titan giant ape and the sky azure bull python, it showed no panic at all. In those dark red eyes, a cold and cruel light flickered as it opened its mouth and let out a roar. There was no fear, only naked provocation. This was the dark gold terrorclaw bear Boom. Not only did this dark gold terrorclaw bear not run away, but it actively launched an attack toward the Titan giant ape and the sky azure bull python. They were old rivals, after all. The moment the dark gold terrorclaw bear charged over, the Titan giant ape and the sky azure bull python reacted. Gravity domain, slow domain. A circle of earth-yellow gravity domain and a circle of deep cyan slow domain spread out, enveloping the dark gold terrorclaw bear. The dark gold terrorclaw bear immediately felt as if it had fallen into a quagmire. Its movements became slower and slower, and its muscles trembled all over. Every step forward required a huge price. Even like this, the dark gold terrorclaw bear still had no intention of retreating, roaring as it continued to pounce forward. Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel at this stubbornness. Immediately, Lu Chen also made his move, blue-silver domain, all-encompassing forest. In an instant, a circle of brilliant blue light erupted from Lu Chen's body, rapidly spreading in all directions. Under the coverage of the blue-silver domain, all the blue-silver grass underwent a transformation, briefly evolving into blue-silver emperor. At the same time, with the help of the power of these blue-silver grass, the suppression effect of the blue-silver domain was increased to 60%. The 60% suppression effect fell onto the dark gold terrorclaw bear, instantly causing its strength to greatly diminish. It had to be said that the blue-silver grass in this Stardew Great Forest was terrifyingly high in both quantity and quality. With the help of the blue-silver domain, Lu Chen directly turned this Stardew Great Forest into his home field. With its strength greatly diminished, the dark gold terrorclaw bear was truly a bit panicked now, and no longer blindly charged forward. The sky azure bull python's slow domain and the Titan giant ape's gravity domain could restrict its movements, but they could not suppress its strength. Therefore, the dark gold terrorclaw bear dared to fight the sky azure bull python and the Titan giant ape while enduring the slow domain and gravity domain. But once the blue-silver domain appeared, its strength was suppressed by 60%, so it definitely couldn't beat the sky azure bull python and the Titan giant ape. At this moment, the sky azure bull python and the Titan giant ape also looked at Lu Chen in surprise. They hadn't expected this human to possess a domain ability with such a terrifying suppression effect. If it were used on them, they would likely also have their strength greatly diminished. Therefore, both beasts felt a great sense of vigilance toward Lu Chen in their hearts. Lu Chen picked up Xiao Wu with his left hand and Zhu Zhuqing with his right, jumped down from the Titan giant ape's palm, and simultaneously controlled hundreds of blue-silver vines to bind the dark gold terraclaw bear. Da Ming, Ming, don't just stand there, take the opportunity to launch an attack. The Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, upon receiving Lu Chen's reminder, did not let this opportunity pass and each unleashed their trump card abilities. Nirvana Lightning, Titan Strength. The Sky Azure Bull Python raised his head, and the pair of bull horns on his head released cyan lightning. With crackling sounds, countless cyan lightning bolts began to gather, and within just a few breaths, he condensed a huge cyan lightning ball with a diameter of 5 meters. The Titan Giant Ape raised his palms and quickly condensed a black ball of light. Around that black ball of light, gravity seemed to lose its meaning. The earth cracked, and pieces of earth of various sizes, under the attraction of the black ball, gathered around it, eventually forming a huge earth ball with a diameter of over 10 meters. In the next instant, that huge cyan lightning ball and the earth ball rotated toward each other and bombarded the position of the dark gold terraclaw bear. And the dark gold terraclaw bear, under the suppression of the triple domain, was also facing the entanglement of hundreds of blue-silver vines. Even though its strength was suppressed by 60%, as long as it raised that pair of dark gold terraclaw, it could easily tear apart those blue-silver vines. However, entangled by the blue-silver vines, the dark gold terraclaw bear could neither run nor hide, and could only watch helplessly as the cyan lightning ball and the huge earth ball bombarded its body. Boom, boom. 2 earth-shattering explosions occurred. The blinding light made it impossible for people to open their eyes. The dark gold terraclaw bear, hit head-on by the Nirvana lightning and Titan strength, let out a shrill scream. After a long while, the lightning faded, and the severely injured dark gold terraclaw bear reappeared before everyone's eyes. The dark gold terraclaw bear's dark gold fur was scorched black, and many parts of its body were mangled and bloody, emitting a burnt smell. Its left arm was unnaturally twisted and hung down limply. It was clear that the bone had been smashed and broken, and it could no longer use any strength. But even though it was injured like this dark gold terraclaw bear did not fall. Its dark red eyes stared fixedly at the Sky Azure Bull Python, the Titan Giant Ape, and Lu Chen, filled with resentment and hatred. What else could one say? It could only be said that it was worthy of being a top-tier spirit beast with part of the behemoth bloodline. Under the suppression of the triple domain, and having suffered attacks from the Nirvana lightning and Titan strength, it still had not received fatal injuries. This terrifyingly sturdy physique was enough to shock anyone. This excellent opportunity must absolutely not be missed. The Sky Azure Bull Python spoke in a deep voice. Ming, let's attack together. We absolutely cannot let it run away this time. The Titan Giant Ape gave a low roar. All right, big brother. Immediately, the Sky Azure Bull Python detached from the Titan Giant Ape's body, flew toward the dark gold terraclaw bear, swung his long and thick tail, and whipped it onto the dark gold terraclaw bear's body. With a smack, it flipped it directly onto the ground. Then the Titan Giant Ape also pounced over, his fists falling like meteors, one after another, smashing onto the dark gold terraclaw bear. Under the combined efforts of the 2 beast kings, the dark gold terraclaw bear fell into an absolute disadvantage. Chapter 117. The first spirit ring of the black iron sickle, this dark gold terraclaw bear is truly tough. Enduring the suppression of 3 domains, and under the combined pummeling of the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, it not only didn't die immediately, but instead roared while attempting to resist. When it comes to thick skin and tough flesh, the dark gold terraclaw bear is truly astonishing. Seeing this scene, Xiao Wu waved her fists and cheered enthusiastically. Da Ming, that's it. Pin the dark gold terraclaw bear to the ground, don't let it get up. Ming, hit the dark gold terraclaw bear's head hard and tear that mouth of its apart. The more she spoke, the more animated Xiao Wu became, recalling the glorious years of the past. Back when she hadn't transformed into a human, she always fought side by side with Da Ming and Ming, confronting the dark gold terraclaw bear and the dark demonic evil god tiger together, protecting their home at the Lake of Life. It was like the three heroes Liu, Guan, and Zhang fighting Lu Bu. After Guan Yu and Zhang Fei suppressed Lu Bu, Liu Bei immediately drew his twin swords to join the fray, and the three of them fought Lu Bu to a draw. The Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape could suppress the dark gold Terrorclaw Bear and the dark demonic evil god Tiger. But once Xiao Wu joined in, they could only fight to a draw. Now that she had taken human form and was only a level 29 Power Spirit Grandmaster, she could no longer participate in such battles. Xiao Wu truly felt a bit regretful. Compared to Xiao Wu's excitement, Zhu Zhuqing was trembling slightly. She really was just an ordinary level 27 Power Spirit Grandmaster. To be honest, it was a struggle for her to even deal with a 1,000-year spirit beast. But now, she saw the 100,000-year level Forest Emperor, the Sky Azure Bull Python, and the 100,000-year level Forest King, the Titan Giant Ape, pummeling a 60,000-year level Dark Gold Terrorclaw Bear. These scenes greatly shocked her worldview, making Zhu Zhuqing somewhat doubt reality. Compared to what was before her, the suppression she faced in the Star Luo Empire was all child's play. As for Lu Chen, he discovered that the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape couldn't kill the thick-skinned Dark Gold Terrorclaw Bear in the short term. He immediately offered his assistance, Mass Blue-Silver Blessing. In an instant, all the blue-silver grass within the range covered by the blue-silver domain bloomed with blue light, and massive amounts of life energy converged and poured into the bodies of the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. Instantly, the strength of the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape skyrocketed. At this moment, the 200,000-year level spirit beasts erupted with the aura of a vicious beast, as if the ancient bloodline sleeping within them had awakened. Divine might like a prison, battling heaven and fighting the earth. The amplification effect was so astonishing thanks to being in the Star Du Great Forest, where the blue-silver grass was numerous and of high quality. With the mass blue-silver blessing unleashed via the numerous blue-silver grass, the amplification effect reached a terrifying 300%. With this 300% all-attribute amplification, the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape were enough to heavily injure the Dark Gold Terrorclaw Bear. If that still wasn't enough, Lu Chen could also unleash his martial soul avatar to increase the all-attribute amplification effect by another 100%. After gaining the all-attribute amplification and seeing their strength skyrocket, the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape were both extremely shocked. The two spirit beasts stared wide-eyed at Lu Chen, both revealing expressions of disbelief. Such a terrifying amplification granted them the strength of a vicious beast. If this strength could be maintained, they might not be unable to enter that place and get a share of the spoils. Unfortunately, Lu Chen was a human spirit master, and they absolutely could not bring a human spirit master to that place. Subsequently, the empowered Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape unleashed all this power upon the Dark Gold Terrorclaw Bear. The Dark Gold Terrorclaw Bear could still rely on its thick skin to endure the pummeling of 200,000-year spirit beasts. But it couldn't withstand the pummeling of two vicious beasts. It quickly collapsed to the ground, its bones broken in many places, its internal organs severely damaged, blood spilling from its mouth and nose, and its breath fading. The Dark Gold Terrorclaw Bear had reached the brink of death. Lu Chen took this opportunity to swiftly fly forward. Blue-silver Overlord Spear. He raised his right arm, and extremely brilliant blue light bloomed from it, converging into his palm. The originally soft blue light, filled with life energy, rapidly twisted and deformed in his palm, condensing into a 3-meter-long blue-silver Overlord Spear, sharp, fierce, as if it could pierce through everything. Lu Chen aimed at the Dark Gold Terrorclaw Bear and threw the blue-silver Overlord Spear in his hand. Swoosh! The blue-silver Overlord Spear tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistle, like a bolt of blue lightning, arriving in front of the Dark Gold Terrorclaw Bear in an instant. Rip. Accompanied by the sound of skin and flesh being torn, the blue-silver overlord spear pierced through the dark gold terraclaw bear's heart. Roar. The dark gold terraclaw bear let out a howl mixed with pain, its dark red pupils glaring fixedly at the distant Chen. The dark gold terraclaw bear already possessed extremely high intelligence, and it knew that the reason it had lost so miserably today was entirely because of Chen. If not for Chen's domain suppression and his amplification skills, even if it couldn't deal with the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, it would have had no problem running away. As its heart was pierced, the dark gold terraclaw bear's life reached its end. In the final moment of its life, its resentment and hatred for Chen swelled to the extreme, filled with endless unwillingness. The dark gold terraclaw bear completely stopped breathing, its dark red eyes remaining open. This was the dark gold terraclaw bear dying with unclosed eyes. Boom. After the dark gold terraclaw bear died, incomparably surging black light was released from its massive body. This energy was too massive, vast, and pure, causing the surrounding air to almost stagnate. Spirit masters below the level of spirit saint would probably not even be able to stand steadily in the face of this energy. After about 3 minutes, the black light that had been continuously pouring out finally ceased, and all the black light began to gather towards the center. After several changes, it finally condensed into a black spirit ring. Although the spirit ring's color was black, the sense of oppression it gave was not inferior at all to a red 100,000-year spirit ring. Looking at this black spirit ring, Chen felt his heart surging. His second spirit, the black iron sickle, was finally going to have its first spirit ring. Chen landed on the ground, looked at the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, and said while cupping his hands, "Many thanks to you two brothers. Fighting alongside you two is truly a pleasant experience. I intend to use this dark gold terraclaw bear's spirit ring as the first spirit ring for my second spirit. While I absorb the spirit ring, I'll trouble you two brothers to protect Xiao Wu and Zhuking." The Sky Azure Bull Python spoke in a low voice. "You don't need to tell us. We brothers naturally know to protect Sister Xiao Wu. This spirit ring can be yours, but the dark gold terraclaw bear's corpse belongs to us brothers. The dark gold terraclaw bear's flesh is a great tonic for us brothers, enough to allow our cultivation to advance further." Hearing this, Chen raised his hand in a gesture of invitation. "Feel free, I only need the spirit ring." As his voice fell, Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and summoned his second spirit, the black iron sickle. Then, with a thought, he summoned the black spirit ring to fly towards him. The black spirit ring, summoned by Chen, quickly floated to his side, sleeved itself onto the black iron sickle, and merged directly into it. Chen kept his mind focused and began to absorb this dark gold terraclaw bear spirit ring. Meanwhile, the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape began to feast upon the dark gold terraclaw bear's corpse. Chapter 118. Dark Golden Terraclaw, External Spirit Bone, Make-up Chapter Violent Sharp. The first impression the spirit ring of the dark gold terraclaw bear gave Chen was as if countless sharp blades were wantonly churning inside his body. Meridians, internal organs, bones, muscles. Under the sweeping energy of the dark gold terraclaw bear's spirit ring, every part of Chen's body transmitted a tearing, excruciating pain. This made Chen's expression tighten and his brows furrow deeply. Waves of tearing pain surged straight to his brain, causing cold sweat to pour down his forehead. It is truly worthy of being the spirit ring of a dark gold terraclaw bear. Although it only has 60,000 years of cultivation, its energy is pure and not at all inferior to a 100,000-year spirit ring. Furthermore, the ultimate metal attribute makes this spirit ring even harder to absorb. Fortunately, my body was first strengthened by the immortal herb of ice and fire, and then strengthened by the 9 spirit rings of the blue-silver emperor. Otherwise, at this moment, it wouldn't just be feeling physical discomfort, exploding and dying would be possible. As a titled Douluo, Chen had rich experience in absorbing spirit rings. Even though the excruciating pain assaulted his mind, he was still able to concentrate and guide that violent and sharp energy into his second spirit, the black iron sickle. Like floodwaters bursting through a dam, it was unstoppable as a continuous stream of spirit ring energy poured into the black iron sickle. The black iron sickle slowly began to struggle to bear it, actually emitting cracking sounds. This second spirit of Lu Chen's was originally just the most ordinary farming tool, possessing only a tiny bit of attack capability. Later, after being nourished and tempered by the immortal herb of ice and fire, it gained a certain evolution, at most evolving from a low-grade spirit to an intermediate spirit. For an ordinary intermediate spirit to want to absorb a dark gold terraclaw bear spirit ring, a spirit ring from such a top-tier spirit beast was inherently fraught with difficulties. The spirit ring Lu Chen was absorbing was a 60,000-year dark gold terraclaw bear spirit ring. That was an almost impossible task to complete. The spirit origin of the black iron sickle simply could not contain that massive amount of energy. This was just like a gourd the size of a human head. While it could hold water, it could not hold the water of an entire river. Forcibly stuffing the water of an entire river into the gourd would only result in the gourd shattering. Now, Lu Chen was facing this exact situation. Lu Chen's mind tightened instantly. He certainly could not watch his second spirit shatter. In a flash, he poured the vast spirit power within his body into the black iron sickle, attempting to repair those cracks. The black iron sickle was, after all, Lu Chen's spirit, and Lu Chen's spirit power could be used to repair the black iron sickle. Under the mending of the spirit power, the black iron sickle seemed to gain life, and those cracks and gaps were growing and healing on their own. But at the same time, the spirit ring energy of the dark gold terraclaw bear was still continuously pouring into the black iron sickle. The overly massive, violent energy caused more cracks and gaps to appear in the black iron sickle. Lu Chen was not to be outdone, quickly pouring in more spirit power to accelerate the repair speed of the black iron sickle. In this repetitive process of destruction and repair, his black iron sickle spirit seemed to undergo tempering over and over again, greatly strengthening the spirit's quality. Furthermore, the ultimate metal attribute of the dark gold terraclaw bear quietly merged into the black iron sickle spirit during this process. The best part was that the ultimate metal attribute was extremely compatible with the metallic black iron sickle. Having obtained the ultimate metal attribute, the black iron sickle, once a low-grade spirit, truly had the qualifications to challenge becoming a super spirit. Lu Chen was overjoyed by this. He immediately immersed all his focus into it, watching his black iron sickle spirit undergo transformation bit by bit, forged of all impurities, its sharpness fully revealed. The absorption time for this spirit ring was exceptionally long. 10 hours passed before he knew it outside. Within those 10 hours, the corpse of the dark gold terraclaw bear had entirely entered the stomachs of the sky azure bull python and the titan giant ape. Having eaten the dark gold terraclaw bear corpse, the two beast kings both appeared very satisfied, evidently having also gained quite a few benefits. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing stood guard by Lu Chen's side. Absorbing a spirit ring could only be done by oneself. They couldn't help Lu Chen with anything, and could only silently pray that everything would go smoothly for Lu Chen. Seeing how nervous Xiao Wu was for Lu Chen, it was impossible to say that the sky azure bull python and the titan giant ape were not the least bit jealous. They couldn't understand at all how Xiao Wu, having gone to the human world for only a short 6 years, could develop such deep feelings for a human, and they had accompanied Xiao Wu for a full 100,000 years. 100,000 years of time could not compare to 6 years of time. The two beast kings could not figure it out no matter how hard they thought. Just at this moment, Lu Chen finally finished absorbing the spirit ring, opened his eyes, and woke up, before he could say anything to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. A surge of violent energy poured out from the successfully absorbed spirit ring, rampaging through Lu Chen's body, causing his entire face to be covered in a dark golden luster. Lu Chen's expression changed drastically. He did not know what was going on. But he certainly could not let that energy continue to rampage inside his body. Therefore, Lu Chen mobilized his spirit power, attempting to suppress that violent energy. It would have been fine if he hadn't suppressed it, but as soon as Lu Chen suppressed it, that violent energy immediately resisted crazily, attacking his internal organs, meridians, flesh, and blood. This caused Lu Chen to let out a muffled groan. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's expressions also changed drastically. The spirit ring absorption had been successful, so why would such a mishap occur? Lu Chen's expression was grave, his brows tightly furrowed. His suppression had no effect. Instead, it provoked the resistance of that violent energy, causing the violent energy to accelerate its rampage within his body. After churning the inside of his body into a mess, that violent energy seemed to have finally found the right location and rapidly surged towards his right arm. However, right inside his right arm was a blue-silver king right arm bone. This 85,000-year blue-silver king right arm bone sensed a surge of violent energy wanting to invade Lu Chen's right arm, and immediately began to resist spontaneously. The energy of the blue-silver king right arm bone and that violent energy used Lu Chen's right arm as a battlefield, engaging in a fierce confrontation, pitted against each other, neither willing to take a step back. From the outside, one could see that at the location of Lu Chen's right arm, a blue light and a dark golden light were seesawing back and forth. One moment the blue light occupied the right arm, the next the dark golden light occupied the right arm. This caused Lu Chen immense pain. But this also made Lu Chen feel a bit of realization. This dark golden energy is in conflict with the blue-silver king right arm bone, which means the essence of this energy is actually related to a spirit bone. Spirit beasts produce spirit bones, and it actually merged directly into my body, which means this is not a normal head, torso, or limb spirit bone. This is an external spirit bone. What the dark gold terror claw bear is most famous for is, of course, its pair of giant claws. This energy headed towards the right arm, so this is the palm bone of the right hand. It is clearly a great thing, so why did it turn out like this when it happened to me? Lu Chen was simply speechless. This violent energy should have been wanting to go to the location of his palm, but his right arm already had the blue-silver king right arm bone. The power of the blue-silver king right arm bone would not allow that violent energy to invade its territory, which was Lu Chen's right arm. So, Lu Chen took a deep breath. Whether I want the blue-silver king right arm bone or the dark golden terror claw external spirit bone, I must make a decision as soon as possible. Chapter 119. Dark Golden Bear King / The dark golden terror claw external spirit bone comes from a 60,000-year cultivation dark gold terror claw bear. It seemingly has a lower age than the 85,000-year blue-silver king right arm bone. However, as an external spirit bone, it can grow stronger along with its master. As long as Lu Chen persistently nourishes it with his spirit power, this dark golden terror claw external spirit bone will sooner or later be able to evolve into a 100,000-year spirit bone. Therefore, is there even a need to struggle with this decision? Of course, choose the dark golden terror claw external spirit bone. Amidst the worried gazes of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, Lu Chen looked at them, his voice slightly hoarse as he said, "Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, move further back." Xiao Wu and Zhuqing exchanged glances upon hearing this. Although they couldn't understand it, they followed Lu Chen's instructions. Both women retreated far away, the look of worry on their faces becoming even more intense. Immediately, Lu Chen moved his mind, and the black iron sickle, which had become brand new after evolving, was summoned and appeared in his palm. The original black iron sickle, as a farm tool for harvesting wheat and rice, was generally small, with a handle only 50 centimeters long and a blade only 30 centimeters long, its attack capability being negligible. But after absorbing the spirit ring of the dark gold terror claw bear, The black iron sickle had completely evolved and taken on a new look. The handle extended to 120 centimeters, as thick as an infant's arm, and the blade extended to 72 centimeters, about as wide as 5 fingers pressed together. From the handle to the blade, complicated dark golden patterns were engraved, the style of which somewhat resembled fangs or sharp claws. These complicated patterns of fangs and claws intersected at the blade, emitting bursts of grim, cold light that made people feel a chill down their spines. If one looked closely at the seemingly smooth and flat edge, one could see a dense row of sawteeth neatly arranged on it. Just thinking about the terrifying wounds that could be inflicted by being cut by this row of sawteeth would make one feel deep fear. This was the brand new black iron sickle. Among many top-tier spirits, it was believed it could occupy a place. Next, one could see a black spirit ring rising from under Lu Chen's feet, ascending to the top of his head, and then slowly falling down, rhythmically moving up and down like this. Even though there was only one spirit ring, the terrifying pressure was still at the titled Douluo level. Seeing Lu Chen summon his spirit, the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, the two beast kings, were also interested, looking towards Lu Chen's position, seemingly puzzled about what Lu Chen wanted to do. At this moment, Lu Chen took a deep breath, fully unleashing his spirit power to separate that violent energy from the energy of the Blue-Silver King right arm bone. He suppressed that violent energy within his own body and kept all the energy of the Blue-Silver King right arm bone within his right arm. Thus, a scene with clear distinctions was formed. Lu Chen's entire body was almost covered in a layer of dark golden luster, except for his right arm, which was wrapped in blue light. It was time to act. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, threw the black iron sickle out, and used his spirit power to control the black iron sickle to aim at his own right arm. First spirit ability, Dark Golden Bear King Slash. In an instant, his black spirit ring shone brightly, that deep black light seemingly capable of swallowing everything, turning day into night. Lu Chen's spirit power continuously poured out of his body and into the black iron sickle, causing the black iron sickle to bloom with dark golden light. On the black iron sickle, every complicated pattern of fangs and claws seemed to come alive, flowing and changing, shining brilliantly. Seeing this scene, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were completely stunned. They would never have thought that, after Lu Chen obtained the first spirit ring for his second spirit, the first object to be struck by a spirit ability would be himself. "Boss Lu Chen, stop quickly." "Lu Chen, don't," the two women screamed, but it was too late. As the black iron sickle slashed downwards suddenly, a crescent-shaped light blade flew out from the blade of the black iron sickle. The light blade presented a dark golden luster, was 5 meters long, tore through the air, and emitted a barely perceptible sound of breaking the air. Facing the first spirit ability of his second spirit directly, Lu Chen also felt a chill throughout his body, but he gritted his teeth and stood still. In an instant, that dark golden light blade tore through his right arm. With a crisp sound, his right arm was severed at the root, and the arm was flung 5 meters away. Fortunately, Lu Chen had prepared early and used his spirit power to seal the acupoints at his shoulder, so there was no scene of blood gushing like a spring. Not losing a large amount of blood did not mean that the damage Lu Chen received was light. The Blue-Silver King right arm bone was fused into his right arm. Now that the Blue-Silver King right arm bone was separated from his body along with his right arm, it was as if he had been slashed at his foundation, causing his face to turn pale instantly and his aura to drop to the bottom. Originally, Lu Chen had absorbed the spirit ring of the dark gold Terrorclaw bear, and his spirit power had broken through from level 91 to level 92. Now that he had lost his right arm and the Blue-Silver King right arm bone, his spirit power plummeted like a cliff, dropping directly from level 92 spirit power to level 89 spirit power, falling out of the titled Douluo realm. Lu Chen shook his body, retrieved the black iron sickle spirit, and summoned the Blue-Silver Emperor Martial Soul, purple, 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 black, 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 Red, only 8 spirit rings appeared. With the drop in his realm, his 9th spirit ring had already been locked inside his body. Seeing Lu Chen's exaggerated spirit ring configuration, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing both covered their mouths in shock, and even the worry in their hearts was diluted a bit. As for the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, seeing that red spirit ring on Lu Chen, both Beast King's huge eyes revealed a bit of irritability and killing intent. A red spirit ring represented the death of a 100,000-year spirit beast. The Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, also being 100,000-year spirit beasts, felt a bit of sympathy for their own kind when seeing this situation. In their hearts, the wariness and vigilance towards Lu Chen deepened again. Now Lu Chen had no time to worry about what others were thinking. He had to recover his arm as quickly as possible and stabilize his own realm. 7th Spirit Ability, Blue-Silver Avatar. As Lu Chen unleashed the Blue-Silver Avatar, his body changed. His skin, muscles, bones, internal organs all became crystal clear, and streaks of golden patterns gradually climbed onto his body, making him transform into a humanoid Blue-Silver Emperor. Blue-Silver Domain, all rivers run to sea. Lu Chen unleashed the final profound truth of the Blue-Silver Domain. Instantly, within the coverage of the Blue-Silver Domain, all the blue-silver grass extracted a portion of life energy according to a certain ratio. The extracted life energy flowed along the giant network of the Blue-Silver Domain, gathered towards Lu Chen, and quickly merged into Lu Chen's body. Then, with the naked eye, one could see Lu Chen's severed right arm actually growing back. Now that Lu Chen had transformed into a humanoid Blue-Silver Emperor, severing an arm was like breaking off a leaf. As long as there was sufficient life energy, it could easily grow back. In about 3 minutes, his brand new right arm had already grown back. Lu Chen's dropped realm also stabilized back to level 91 spirit power after his right arm recovered. After all, he had lost the Blue-Silver King right arm bone, so even if his arm recovered, his spirit power could not be fully restored. In the next instant, that violent dark golden energy finally entered his right arm unimpeded and eventually gathered in his right palm. Lu Chen's right palm bloomed with dark golden light, and the violent dark golden energy forcibly merged into his meridians and bones. This process was extremely painful. Lu Chen felt as if his right palm had been crushed and then pieced back together again. However, Lu Chen could feel that the strength of his right hand was rapidly increasing. This process of crushing and reassembling was constantly strengthening his right palm. For this dark golden terraclaw, external spirit bone, Lu Chen winced in pain but gritted his teeth and persisted. Finally, half an hour later, the absorption of the dark golden terraclaw external spirit bone was complete. Just on the part of Lu Chen's right palm, a layer of white bone armor covered the surface, and 5 fingernails popped out more than a foot long. Each fingernail shimmered with a dark golden luster, like 5 short swords. Lu Chen had a feeling that as long as he gave a light wave, he could easily destroy any defense. Whether it was a 100,000-year spirit beast or a titled Douluo-level spirit master, neither could withstand a light wave of the dark gold terraclaw. The power of this 60,000-year dark golden terraclaw external spirit bone exceeded Lu Chen's imagination. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. It seems my choice was correct. A 60,000-year dark gold terraclaw's power can exceed that of an 85,000-year blue-silver overlord spear. When the dark golden terraclaw external spirit bone reaches the 100,000-year level, it will surely bring me even greater surprises. As for his spirit power, after successfully fusing with the dark golden terraclaw external spirit bone, it successfully recovered to level 92 spirit power. Chapter 120. Xiao Wu's mother exiting the martial soul avatar state and retracting the blue-silver emperor martial soul, Lu Chen let out a long breath. Phew. Absorbing this dark golden terraclaw external spirit bone was truly not easy, but fortunately, he had succeeded. With a movement of his mind, The dark golden terraclaw external spirit bone completely retracted beneath his skin. Thanks to the tempering of the dark golden terraclaw external spirit bone, this brand new right arm had lost its initial tenderness, and its strength had caught up with the rest of his body. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share infinite novel audio. Seeing Lu Chen recover as before, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who had long been unable to hold back, hurriedly ran to Lu Chen's side. Xiao Wu lifted his right arm, looked at it again and again, pinched it, and after confirming that this was not an illusion, she patted her slightly heaving chest and said with lingering fear, "Boss Lu Chen, what exactly happened just now? You cut off your own right arm for no reason." "I thought the soul of the dark gold terraclaw bear was at work, manipulating your body to make you self-mutilate in order to take revenge on you for killing it." Lu Chen appreciated Xiao Wu's concern and did not hide anything, explaining the situation just now. "I didn't expect what happened just now either. After successfully absorbing the spirit ring, a violent energy erupted from it. That energy was actually an external spirit bone, and it was an external spirit bone for the right palm, which was originally a great thing. But because my right arm already had a blue-silver king right arm bone, that energy had to pass through the right arm to get to the right palm. The blue-silver king right arm bone refused to yield, and the energy of the two spirit bones clashed violently, so I had no choice but to choose one. I severed my right arm to forcibly strip away the blue-silver king right arm bone and grew a new right arm, allowing the energy of the external spirit bone to reach the right palm unobstructed." Xiao Wu was amazed. This process of absorbing the spirit ring was truly full of twists and turns. She thought it was over after successfully absorbing the spirit ring, but who could have expected an external spirit bone to appear at the end? She glared at Lu Chen with a hint of reproach. "Boss Lu Chen, even if it was an emergency, you could have explained it. You made us worry about you for so long. Your spirit and spirit ability are truly magical. They can actually allow someone to regrow a severed limb." Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing ran over to pick up Lu Chen's severed right arm, brought it back to Lu Chen's side, and held the severed arm in both hands to return it to him. "Lu Chen, I heard just now that your severed arm still contains a blue-silver king right arm bone. Spirit bones are hard to come by. Can you still integrate it into your new arm?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Zhuqing." He casually took his severed arm, did not reabsorb the blue-silver king right arm bone inside, but put it back into his storage soul guidance device. "I'm not sure if the dark golden terraclaw external spirit bone and the blue-silver king right arm bone can coexist, so I'll put it away for now. When I have time in the future, I'll study whether I can reintegrate the blue-silver king right arm bone." Lu Chen's words were actually half truth and half false. He had no intention of reabsorbing the blue-silver king right arm bone for the time being. The real reason was that he wanted to see if he could get a 100,000-year level right arm bone. The blue-silver king right arm bone was, after all, only an 85,000-year spirit bone, so its age was a bit lacking. He couldn't say this clearly. After all, Sky Azure Bull Python, Titan Giant Ape, and Xiao Wu were all 100,000-year spirit beasts. If he said in front of them that he wanted a 100,000-year right arm bone, Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape would definitely turn hostile. As for Xiao Wu, she would probably be wary of him too. Then Lu Chen looked at Xiao Wu and then at Zhu Zhuqing and smiled gently, saying, "I've made you worry. You haven't had a good rest since I started absorbing the spirit ring. Now you should have a good rest. I'll go get you something to eat, pick some wild fruits and vegetables or something." However, just at this moment, the ground shook and Titan Giant Ape walked over. That mountain-like body was extremely oppressive, and a pair of dark yellow beast pupils stared fixedly at Lu Chen. "Human, what is going on with your 8th spirit ring and 9th spirit ring?" After Titan Giant Ape finished speaking, accompanied by a gust of wind, the huge head of the Sky Azure Bull Python also stretched over. Its deep cyan eyes stared at Lu Chen without blinking, and its low voice revealed a chilling indifference. You have 2 red spirit rings. You once killed 200,000-year spirit beasts. Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape blocked Lu Chen from left and right, looking like they would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Seeing this, Xiao Wu hurriedly protected Lu Chen. Da Ming, Ming, calm down. Boss Lu Chen definitely didn't do it on purpose. Maybe all of this can be explained. Looking at Xiao Wu protecting him in front, a gentle look flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He was a person who distinguished between gratitude and grudges. Whoever treats him well, he will repay 100-fold. Whoever treats him badly, he will retaliate 100-fold. Xiao Wu was devoted to him, and he couldn't make things difficult for her. He reached out and pressed Xiao Wu's shoulder, signaling her not to worry. Lu Chen looked at Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape and explained, "My 9th spirit ring is my innate spirit ring. It is a 100,000-year spirit ring that I condensed myself without hunting any spirit beasts. My 8th spirit ring is from a 100,000-year spirit beast senior who voluntarily sacrificed to me. In the end, I also used my spirit ability to successfully resurrect that senior." Once these words were spoken, Sky Azure Bull Python, Titan Giant Ape, and Xiao Wu were all shocked, and then looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. Sky Azure Bull Python exhaled, turning into a gust of wind, and said excitedly, "Human, you say you have a resurrection spirit ability, and you can even resurrect a 100,000-year spirit beast after it is sacrificed." Titan Giant Ape also put away its tough stance and took the initiative to lower its body, looking at Lu Chen with anticipation. Xiao Wu bit her lip even more, looking at Lu Chen with red eyes. If a 100,000-year spirit beast that had sacrificed could be resurrected, could a 100,000-year spirit beast that had been killed be resurrected too? Lu Chen looked at Xiao Wu, Sky Azure Bull Python, and Titan Giant Ape, understood the question they really wanted to ask in their hearts, and explained calmly, "My 100,000-year 8th spirit ring has 2 abilities. The first is Substitute Blue-Silver Emperor, which can be used to transfer damage. I previously gave a Substitute Blue-Silver Emperor to Xiao Wu. The second is Reincarnation Blue-Silver Emperor, which can be used to resurrect people. Whether it is a dead human or a spirit beast, as long as their soul can be put into the Reincarnation Blue-Silver Emperor, the Reincarnation Blue-Silver Emperor will evolve the most suitable body for them according to the nature of the soul, achieving the purpose of resurrection. Resurrection has certain limitations. The more complete the soul, the better the effect of the resurrection. If the soul is incomplete, it is very likely to lose memories after resurrection or even become foolish. Xiao Wu, looking at you like this, is there someone you want to resurrect? If you can find the soul, even if it's just a remnant soul, I can resurrect them through the Reincarnation Blue-Silver Emperor. Even if they lose part of their memories, the person will have come back to life after all." Xiao Wu's delicate body trembled, and infinite longing appeared in her eyes. "My mother was a 100,000-year soft bones rabbit. She was killed by someone. The person who killed her was Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong of the Spirit Hall. Bibai Dong absorbed my mother's spirit ring and spirit bone to further her strength, but my mother could never come back. Boss Lu Chen, in this situation, can you resurrect my mother?" Chapter 121. Finding the dark demonic evil god tiger at this moment, Zhu Zhuqing, who had once again become background scenery, blinked her eyes. Her face was expressionless. This was not because she was not surprised, but because during this period, she had been impacted by too many astonishing events that had shattered her worldview. This caused Zhu Zhuqing's threshold to be infinitely raised. Now she was a bit numb. It seemed that no matter what happened, she could accept it calmly. For Zhu Zhuqing, Lu Chen, who became a titled Douluo at the age of 12, was simply like a divinity descending to earth. Mastering a divine skill that could bring people back to life seemed to be a reasonable matter. And then, there was Xiao Wu's mother, who turned out to be a 100,000-year spirit beast. Thus, Xiao Wu was likely a 100,000-year spirit beast as well. No wonder she could take 2 100,000-year spirit beasts as her lackeys. Zhu Zhuqing did not feel too much shock. Instead, she had a sense of sudden realization. At this time, Chen, facing Xiao Wu's question, also began to think seriously. Xiao Wu's mother had not sacrificed herself, but had been killed. In this situation, the possibility of preserving a soul was extremely slim, but it was not without a glimmer of hope. Chen gave his own opinion. Xiao Wu, as a 100,000-year spirit beast, your mother's soul resilience is definitely stronger than an ordinary 10,000-year spirit beast. If we can capture Bibai Dong and snatch back the spirit ring and spirit bone from her, we can try to search for your mother's remnant soul within the spirit ring and spirit bone. As long as we can find the remnant soul and put it into the reincarnation Blue-Silver Emperor, the reincarnation Blue-Silver Emperor can reshape a body for your mother. Even if she loses some memories, your mother can definitely be resurrected. If we can find a heaven and earth treasure that can restore the soul in the future, we can make your mother return completely. Once these words were spoken, Xiao Wu's eyes immediately lit up. There were also the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. The eyes of these two big guys were frighteningly bright. For the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, the thing they felt most guilty about in their beast lives was leaving the Lake of Life, allowing Bibai Dong to take advantage of the loophole and kill Xiao Wu's mother. If they could resurrect Xiao Wu's mother, the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape would absolutely spare no cost. At this time, Chen continued, "To be honest with you, Bibai Dong and I also have a grudge. Because my talent is too good, and because of this Blue-Silver Emperor spirit, Bibai Dong slandered me as being a product of beast-to-human transformation. Now, Spirit Hall is still hunting me across the continent. So much so that, as a titled Douluo, my situation is actually quite awkward. Once I show my face, there will inevitably be endless trouble. Right now, I want a second spirit to add 9 spirit rings as soon as possible and become an attack system titled Douluo. By that time, I will definitely storm Spirit Hall to seek justice from Bibai Dong. So to a certain extent, our goals are consistent, both are Bibai Dong. Bibai Dong is the supreme pontiff of Spirit Hall. Not only is he powerful himself, but he can also command numerous titled Douluo of Spirit Hall. Spirit Hall has 9 titled Douluo elders, each with not weak strength, and there is also an unfathomable Elder Hall. The elders of the Elder Hall are all top experts among humans, all being super Douluo with spirit power above level 95. It is even rumored that the High Priest of the Elder Hall, Kyan Dailiu, is a super Douluo with 99 levels of spirit power. If I cannot become a super Douluo, it is impossible to fight against Spirit Hall. Speaking up to this point, Chen gradually revealed his true intentions. My second spirit is a very good opportunity. If I can add enough powerful spirit rings, I will have the chance to quickly become a super Douluo with 99 levels of spirit power. When that time comes, I will have some confidence in storming Spirit Hall and capturing Bibai Dong. Xiao Wu stared at Chen with burning eyes. That intense gaze seemed to want to melt him. At this moment, in Xiao Wu's eyes, Chen was not only her hope for revenge, but also her hope for resurrecting her mother. Xiao Wu patted her plump chest and guaranteed, "Boss Chen, the matter of adding spirit rings to your second spirit is on us. I, Da Ming, and Ming will definitely help you gather 9 powerful spirit rings, let you become a super Douluo, and possess the power to fight against Spirit Hall. Da Ming, Ming, don't you agree?" The Sky Azure Bull Python was not an ordinary spirit beast. Its intelligence was extremely high, and it would not be easily tricked by Chen. However, every word Chen said made sense, especially regarding Xiao Wu's mother, which was something the Sky Azure Bull Python could not refuse. The Sky Azure Bull Python's deep cyan pupils took a deep look at Chen and finally agreed in a deep voice. "For the other spirit rings of your second spirit, Ming and I will carefully select them for you, allowing you to impact the Super Douluo realm of 99 spirit power in the shortest time. I only hope you do not let Xiao Wu down. After successfully capturing Bibai Dong, take back Xiao Wu's mother's spirit ring and spirit bone, and successfully resurrect Xiao Wu's mother. As for the heaven and earth treasure to restore the soul, Ming and I will think of a way. We know of a stalk of sacred soul grass that might be effective. The Titan giant ape had limited intelligence. Although it was also a 100,000-year spirit beast, its brain was almost entirely filled with muscle. After the sky azure bull python's voice fell, the Titan giant ape let out a low roar. I think the same as Big Brother. Immediately, the sky azure bull python moved its body, coiling around the Titan giant ape circle by circle, and instructed, Ming, let's set off to find the location of the dark, demonic, evil god tiger. This time, we absolutely cannot let it run away. The Titan giant ape nodded in agreement. Okay, Big Brother. While speaking, the Titan giant ape turned and set off. It intended to go to the area where the dark, demonic, evil god tiger often appeared to check it out. Meanwhile, back on the spot, Xiao Wu took a few deep breaths to calm the surging emotions in her chest. Although she wanted to resurrect her mother as soon as possible, she also knew that such things could not be rushed. Just thinking that she would have the chance to see her mother in the future made Xiao Wu incomparably excited. Xiao Wu looked at Lu Chen and revealed a sweet smile. Boss Lu Chen, then everything is up to you. Lu Chen was already going to seek revenge on Bibai Dong, so this was just a convenient matter. As long as Xiao Wu's mother still had a remnant soul left, he could resurrect her. He smiled and said, Your business is my business. When I become a super Douluo, I will take you to Storm Spirit Hall. Xiao Wu, you and Zhuking must be hungry. While Da Ming and Ming haven't returned yet, let's go find something to eat. After saying this, Lu Chen took Xiao Wu and Zhuking and began to search for food to fill their stomachs within the Stardew Great Forest. One day later, after a day of searching, the sky azure bull python and the Titan giant ape successfully found the traces of the dark, demonic, evil god tiger. After receiving the notification, Lu Chen took Xiao Wu and Zhuking and quickly arrived at the scene. They saw the dark, demonic, evil god tiger being blocked in the middle by the sky azure bull python and the Titan giant ape, one in front and one behind. I saw that this dark, demonic, evil god tiger was up to 8 meters long. Its whole body muscles were extremely developed, and every muscle was filled with explosive power. Its whole body was pitch black without a single speck of other color, and within its pair of dark red pupils, it revealed extreme cruelty and tyranny. On the back of the dark, demonic, evil god tiger, there was a pair of black wings. Those were the evil god wings representing corruption. It is often said, like a tiger with wings, with the evil god wings, the dark, demonic, evil god tiger could go anywhere in the sky or on the ground, enough to make it the top predator. And at the tail of the dark, demonic, evil god tiger, there was a tail resembling a bone whip with barbs at the end of the tail. This was the evil god hook, evil god wings, evil god hook. These were all iconic features of the dark, demonic, evil god tiger. Finally seeing this extremely evil spirit beast, Lu Chen's mood was also quite excited. Using the dark, demonic, evil god tiger's spirit ring as the second spirit ring for his black iron sickle would definitely bring a huge transformation and evolution to his black iron sickle spirit. Chapter 122, Domain Confrontation Roar. The dark, demonic, evil god tiger let out a roar that shook the area for 100 miles, its sound waves materializing into ripples that spread in all directions, a preemptive strike. It aimed to create psychological pressure on the sky azure bull python and the Titan giant ape. This caused both the sky azure bull python and the Titan giant ape to gradually tense up, adopting defensive postures as he watched for any sign of the dark, demonic, evil god tiger attacking them. In the very next instant, the dark, demonic, evil god tiger suddenly moved. It activated its sprint skill, flashing toward Lu Chen's position. The dark, demonic, evil god tiger possessed remarkable intelligence. He knew the sky azure bull python and the Titan giant ape were not easy opponents, but Lu Chen looked like a soft target. Naturally, one picks the softest target. Both the sky azure bull python and the Titan giant ape had been tricked by the dark demonic evil god Tiger, believing it intended to attack them. In reality, the dark demonic evil god Tiger's target had been Lu Chen from the very beginning. It was already too late for the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape to stop the dark demonic evil god Tiger. The dark demonic evil god Tiger's sprint skill was comparable to teleportation. Lu Chen felt a gust of foul wind rushing toward him. The hair on his back stood on end, and his muscles instantly tensed up. Dark gold terror claw. In the blink of an eye, he made the most correct response. Lu Chen raised his right hand, and white bone armor instantly emerged from beneath his skin, fitting tightly against his palm and making his hand appear a size larger. As he flexed his fingers, claws over a foot long extended, each claw gleamed with a dark golden luster and flickered with a chilling, ominous light that made one shudder. Lu Chen only had time to summon the dark gold terror claw. The dark demonic evil god Tiger had already arrived before him. A tiger claw swiped over, its force of tens of thousands of jinn tearing through the air and emitting a wailing sound, as if ghosts were crying and wolves were howling. Seeing this, Lu Chen's eyes widened, and he let out a low shout. He exerted force through his legs, as if rooted to the ground, stomping 2 deep pits into the earth. Using his legs to drive his waist, and his waist to drive his arm, he swung the dark gold terror claw, colliding with the dark demonic evil god Tiger's claw. Boom. A loud explosion rang out in the air, and intense energy ripples scattered, tearing through the air and creating sharp, hissing sounds. 2 figures of disproportionate size were simultaneously knocked backward. Lu Chen's body was formidable, infinitely approaching that of a 100,000-year spirit beast, and relying on the terrifying explosive power of the dark gold terror claw, he had not fallen behind in the collision. Lu Chen retreated about 100 steps before steadying himself on the ground. He shook his slightly numb right arm, his eyes burning with intensity as he looked at the dark demonic evil god Tiger with a gaze of absolute determination, and shouted, "Da Ming, Ming, don't just stand there, attack together." This dark demonic evil god Tiger is powerful. Only by working together can we take it down today. The Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape were already somewhat angry that they had been deceived by the dark demonic evil god Tiger, and upon hearing Lu Chen's words, he each took action. Letting out a roar, he unleashed his domain abilities, suppressing the dark demonic evil god Tiger. Slow domain, gravity domain. The deep cyan slow domain and the earth yellow gravity domain erupted from within the 2 beast kings, enveloping the dark demonic evil god Tiger. After colliding with Lu Chen and retreating over 100 steps, the dark demonic evil god Tiger's dark red pupils flashed with a hint of daze and astonishment. It looked at its own tiger claw, feeling somewhat incredulous that a single swipe of its claw hadn't killed a human. When had its strength regressed to such a point? At this moment, the deep cyan slow domain and the earth yellow gravity domain successfully enveloped the dark demonic evil god Tiger. The dark demonic evil god Tiger felt as if it had fallen into a quagmire, making even the simplest movement difficult and rendering it impossible to unleash the kind of sprint skill it had used earlier. Roar. The dark demonic evil god Tiger roared again, and immediately, ripples of dark red energy erupted from its massive body. That was its domain ability. Darkness domain, generally speaking, only some 100,000-year spirit beasts with special bloodlines could possibly awaken domain abilities. Just like how among human spirit masters, only those who reached the level of titled Douluo and possessed extraordinary talent could possibly awaken domain abilities. The 60,000-year-old dark demonic evil god Tiger had awakened its domain ability early, showing that its bloodline was even stronger than that of the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. Under the intense corrosive effect of the darkness domain, the slow domain and the gravity domain were significantly affected and could not exert their full effects. The dark demonic evil god Tiger was at least able to move freely. Its dark red pupils fixed on Lu Chen once again, the cruelty and killing intent flickering within them enough to make one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The dark, demonic, evil god tiger had its pride. Failing to kill Lu Chen with one swipe made it feel humiliated. No matter what, it had to kill Lu Chen today. Only then could it wash away its shame. Lu Chen, too, was determined to take down the dark, demonic, evil god tiger. If 2 domains can't suppress you, then let's see how you handle 3. Blue-silver domain, all-encompassing forest. The blue-silver domain expanded as if without limit, extending continuously in all directions. Utilizing the power of all the blue-silver grass in the forest, the suppression effect of the blue-silver domain was raised to 60%. The blue-silver domain, with its 60% suppression effect, enveloped the dark, demonic, evil god tiger, causing its strength to be greatly reduced. The blue-silver domain, the slow domain, and the gravity domain, these 3 domains suppressed the dark, demonic, evil god tiger. Even with the dark, demonic, evil god tiger pushing its darkness domain to the limit, it still could not contend and could only retreat step by step. The darkness domain, which had originally covered a range of several hundred meters, could now only barely protect the dark, demonic, evil god tiger itself, and the strength it could exert would definitely not exceed 60%. The dark, demonic, evil god tiger felt as if this entire forest before it had become its enemy, making it feel unprecedentedly alienated. Lu Chen raised his hand and waved it, and blue-silver vines shot out from all directions. Each vine was as thick as an adult's thigh, resembling snakes and pythons as they coiled toward the dark, demonic, evil god tiger. The sky azure bull python raised his head, and the 2 horns on his head bloomed with cyan light, condensing into streaks of cyan lightning. The cyan lightning quickly condensed, and around his head, a total of over a dozen cyan thunderballs, each the size of a human head, formed. In the next instant, those dozen or so cyan thunderballs bombarded the dark, demonic, evil god tiger one after another. The Titan giant ape punched the ground, causing it to crack. It was as if gravity had lost its meaning, and from the cracked earth, chunks of soil weighing at least several hundred jin floated into midair. The Titan giant ape grabbed those heavy chunks of soil and hurled them toward the dark, demonic, evil god tiger. They brought with them a series of whistling sounds as they cut through the wind. With the dark, demonic, evil god tiger at a disadvantage in the domain confrontation, and able to exert no more than 60% of its strength, its thick tail, composed of bone joints, was raised high. The evil god hook, adorned with barbs, tapped lightly, and a stream of gray energy instantly erupted, rapidly enveloping the dark, demonic, evil god tiger's body. Evil god protection. This was the dark, demonic, evil god tiger's strongest defensive ability. It was comparable to absolute defense, though its limit was slightly lower than that of absolute defense. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Chen's blue-silver vines, the cyan thunderballs condensed by the sky azure bull python, and the massive chunks of soil thrown by the Titan giant ape landed on the evil god protection, causing only violent fluctuations in the gray energy. The attacks did not exceed the limit of the evil god protection, and were simply unable to break through this layer of gray energy. Chapter 123, Comprehensive Suppression Roar. With a roar, strands of pitch-black magic and evil power were released from the body of the dark, demonic, evil god tiger. Those magic and evil powers intertwined, condensing into over a dozen pitch-black thunderballs. Each pitch-black thunderball was the size of a human head, flashing with dense, pitch-black electric arcs, revealing a profound brilliance capable of swallowing all things. Dark, demonic, evil thunder. One of the dark, demonic, evil god tiger's most terrifying spirit abilities. Fusing the dark, demonic, evil god tiger's most extreme magic and evil power, each dark, demonic, evil thunder was comparable to a 10,000-year spirit ability. Over a dozen dark, demonic, evil thunders would even make a titled Douluo pause and avoid their edge. Under the control of the dark, demonic, evil god tiger, these dozen or so dark, demonic, evil thunders smashed towards the sky azure bull python and the Titan giant ape, respectively. The sky azure bull python and the Titan giant ape did not dare to be careless, each using their own methods to carefully deal with them. As for the dark demonic evil god tiger itself, it braved the suppression of the blue-silver domain, slow domain, and gravity domain, and pounced towards Lu Chen. Under the suppression of the triple domain, the speed of the dark demonic evil god tiger was greatly reduced, which made it much easier for Lu Chen to deal with. Lu Chen only needed to move a thought, and countless blue-silver vines would coil towards the dark demonic evil god tiger. The overwhelming blue-silver vines wove into a large net, gradually shrinking bit by bit, making the dark demonic evil god tiger exhausted in its response. The dark demonic evil god tiger used its fangs and sharp claws, but could easily tear apart the blue-silver vines. But what was the use? In an instant, Lu Chen could spawn more blue-silver vines to continue coiling towards the dark demonic evil god tiger. The dark demonic evil god tiger was annoyed. Faced with this situation, it naturally would not just sit and wait for death. Soaring magic and evil power erupted from its body again, intertwining with each other, and in an instant, condensed into over a dozen dark red light blades. The next moment, the dark red light blades flew forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by bursts of ear-piercing sounds, everything the dark red light blades passed through was shredded. Countless blue-silver vines were cut into large and small pieces, falling all over the ground. The large net woven by the blue-silver vines was thus destroyed with a huge gap. The dark demonic evil god tiger flapped its evil god wings, like a black meteor, and rushed out of the encirclement of the blue-silver vines. Its gaze swept across, finding Lu Chen's position. Its dark red pupils revealed a fierce light, wanting to choose someone to devour. However, Lu Chen was well prepared. His right hand grasped the evolved black iron sickle, and the only black spirit ring under his feet shone brightly. The spirit power in his body continuously poured out and into the black iron sickle, making the black iron sickle flash with dark golden luster. He struck a posture for a slash, dark golden bear king slash. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance. This was the first time he had used the first spirit ability of the black iron sickle against an enemy, hoping that the effect would meet his expectations. Lu Chen swung the black iron sickle downwards. The complex patterns of fangs and claws on the black iron sickle bloomed with blinding light, seemingly about to condense into substance in an instant. A 5-meter-large dark golden light blade blasted out from the black iron sickle, cutting through the air with barely perceptible air-piercing sounds. The speed was so fast it seemed to penetrate space directly, arriving in front of the dark demonic evil god tiger in an instant. The dark demonic evil god tiger released evil god protection again. However, this time, its evil god protection could not successfully protect it. The moment the dark golden light blade struck the gray airflow, it caused the gray airflow to fluctuate violently. The power of this attack exceeded the limit of the evil god protection. Bang! The evil god protection only lasted for 3 seconds before the layer of gray airflow completely shattered. The dark golden light blade, with its power undiminished, slashed onto the body of the dark demonic evil god tiger. Woo! The incomparably powerful dark demonic evil god tiger let out a painful whimper for the first time. Its throat and chest cavity were instantly torn open under the cutting of the dark golden light blade, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Its massive body was also smashed heavily onto the ground. The dark gold terraclaw bear, regardless of cultivation, age, or bloodline ability, was not much weaker than the dark demonic evil god tiger. Lu Chen's first spirit ability from this dark gold terraclaw bear spirit ring, dark golden bear king slash, could have been withstood if the dark demonic evil god tiger were in its prime state. But now, under the suppression of the triple domain, it was impossible to resist. The dark demonic evil god tiger, which had fallen to the ground, took a long time to finally climb up from the ground. It tensed its muscles, and under the compression of the muscles, the wounds no longer bled. but the damage caused made the dark demonic evil god tiger's combat power drop further. Misfortunes never come singly. Just at this time, the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape had also solved the dark demonic evil thunder and aimed their spears at the dark demonic evil god tiger again. In the eyes of the Sky Azure Bull Python, there seemed to be angry flames burning fiercely. It roared in a low voice. Dark demonic evil god tiger, if it weren't for driving you away back then, Ming and I wouldn't have left the Lake of Life, which gave Spirit Hall the opportunity to kill Aru. Aru's death has a part of you in it. Ming and I will never forget it. Today, we will not let you run away again. Ming, let's go together and beat it to death. The Titan Giant Ape pounded its chest with its fists hard, its pair of yellow beast eyes staring dead at the dark demonic evil god tiger, wishing it could tear it into thousands of pieces. It roared in response, "Big brother, I know." Immediately, the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, the two beast kings, swarmed up, beating the dark demonic evil god tiger until it had almost no power to fight back. Originally, the dark demonic evil god tiger had tightened its muscles, making the wounds on its throat and chest no longer bleed. But under the joint beating of the two beast kings, those wounds cracked open again, blood gushing out, quickly staining the ground red. The dark demonic evil god tiger wailed again and again, in endless pain, but this also stimulated its ferocity. The dark demonic evil god tiger unleashed all its potential, and with a clap of its tiger paws, forced the Titan Giant Ape to retreat repeatedly. That tail with barbed bone joints changed from a hook to a sting, thrusting out like lightning, leaving a blood hole in the Sky Azure Bull Python's body. The area around the blood hole quickly turned black. It was obvious that this evil god hook was poisonous. An extremely evil spirit beast is terrifying. Even when it's almost beaten to death, it can still retaliate desperately. Seeing this, Chen withdrew his black iron sickle spirit and summoned his blue-silver emperor spirit. Group Blue-Silver Recovery, Group Blue-Silver Grace. Group Blue-Silver Protection, Group Blue-Silver Baptism, Group Blue-Silver Blessing. Chen consecutively cast the previous 5 spirit abilities, and through the Blue-Silver domain, manipulated numerous Blue-Silver grass to cast group spirit abilities. Under Chen's assistance, the state of the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape recovered rapidly and surpassed their original limits, reaching a level comparable to a vicious beast. The Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape felt the violent power surging within them continuously. They didn't hesitate at all and vented it all on the dark demonic evil god tiger. The dark demonic evil god tiger was pressed to the ground and beaten, unable to even get up. Blood sprayed from its mouth and nose, and the whimpers it emitted grew weaker and weaker. In the dark red pupils of the dark demonic evil god tiger, there was no longer cruelty or tyranny. There was only grievance, anger, unwillingness, and resentment. Under the stimulation of all kinds of negative emotions, it exhausted the last of its strength, pouring it all into the evil god hook. Just seeing at the barbed position of the evil god hook, a black light bloomed, and then the black light expanded rapidly. In just a few breaths, it formed a huge black hole, leading to who knows where, the dark demonic evil god tiger's last resort life and death arena. Chapter 124, Life and Death Arena. Just after the dark demonic evil god tiger released that huge black hole through its evil god hook. The huge black hole erupted with a terrifying suction force, and the two beast kings, the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, suddenly discovered that their bodies were beginning to lose control, gradually drifting toward that black hole. The Titan Giant Ape roared in shock and anger. What is going on? What kind of trick is this from the dark demonic evil god tiger? Why has it never used this before? I feel like my body is about to be sucked in. The Sky Azure Bull Python appeared a bit calmer. His first reaction was not panic, but to erupt with all his power, attempting to break free from the black hole. Ming, let's get out of here quickly. No matter where this black hole leads, we cannot let it suck us in. This black hole was the dark demonic evil god tiger's final resort, the life and death arena. The dark demonic evil god tiger had never used it before, because once one entered the life and death arena, only if one side died completely could the other side come out alive. Otherwise, no one could possibly escape in the past. No human or spirit beast had ever been able to force the dark demonic evil god tiger into such a near-death state. Therefore, this was the first time the dark demonic evil god tiger had used the life and death arena skill. Seeing the dark demonic evil god tiger release that black hole, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed and his expression turned solemn. He recognized this skill. Subsequently, he looked at the surface of the dark demonic evil god tiger's body, and sure enough, there was a faint golden protective shield. This golden shield was there to protect the dark demonic evil god tiger, so that, after entering the life and death arena, it would not be transformed back into its juvenile state by the rules of the arena. If they entered the life and death arena like this, the dark demonic evil god tiger would remain as it was, while the sky azure bull python and the titan giant ape would revert to their juvenile states. As two beast kings in their juvenile states, even if the dark demonic evil god tiger suffered heavy injuries, it could crush them with a single claw. Lu Chen had to stop the dark demonic evil god tiger. He raised the dark gold terror claw, pouring his spirit power into it continuously, causing the dark gold terror claw to bloom with dazzling light, then took a step forward, his figure flashing rapidly ahead. In just a few blinks of an eye, Lu Chen charged to the side of the dark demonic evil god tiger and swung the dark gold terror claw, slashing it onto that faint golden shield with a loud bang. That golden shield couldn't withstand the power of the dark gold terror claw at all and instantly shattered into golden fragments filling the sky. The dark demonic evil god tiger was shocked and furious, looking at Lu Chen with an expression of disbelief. It didn't understand. Why did this human before it know the loophole of the life and death arena skill and come specifically to destroy its golden shield? Without this golden shield, once it entered the life and death arena, it would also be transformed back into its juvenile state. Being in the same juvenile state, and with itself heavily injured, it would be impossible for it to be a match for the sky azure bull python and the titan giant ape. At this moment, even if the dark demonic evil god tiger wanted to stop casting the life and death arena, it was too late. The black hole grew larger and larger, and the suction force became stronger and stronger, sucking the dark demonic evil god tiger, the sky azure bull python, the titan giant ape, and Lu Chen, 3 beasts and 1 human, all inside. The 3 beasts and 1 human immediately felt the world spinning. Their bodies were eroded by the power of time and space, one moment being stretched, the next being compressed, one moment their bodies disintegrating, the next coalescing. It was bizarre, kaleidoscopic, and incredibly miraculous. By the time the 3 beasts and 1 human had their feet on solid ground again, they had been transported to a special space. This seemed to be an arena platform, covering a vast area, 100 meters long and 100 meters wide, and outside this arena was thick black fog that the naked eye could not see through. After Lu Chen regained consciousness, he shook his head, then looked down at his body, discovering that he had indeed returned to when he was 6 years old. Lu Chen was gifted. He could absorb energy just by breathing. At 6 years old, his body was already very strong, capable of pulling a cow, and 7 or 8 ordinary adults would be no match for him. Next, he looked around. The dark demonic evil god tiger, the sky azure bull python, and the titan giant ape had all reverted to their juvenile states. The dark demonic evil god tiger's evil god wings had shrunk to less than the size of a palm, and the evil god hook, which was composed of bone joints, had turned back into a normal tail. Without these features, the dark demonic evil god tiger looked just like a big black cat. The sky azure bull python had turned into a large snake, 7 meters long, with a body the thickness of an adult's arm, and the iconic bull horns on its head were no longer visible. The titan giant ape had turned into an ape, less than 1 5 meters tall, not even as tall as Lu Chen, since the 6-year-old Lu Chen was 1.6 meters tall. At this moment, the dark demonic evil god tiger's fur was standing on end, and it glared fixedly at Lu Chen, its eyes filled with the resentment and hatred of someone who wanted to swallow him alive. If it weren't for Lu Chen, the dark demonic evil god tiger would absolutely not have reverted to its juvenile state now. It would have faced the juvenile sky azure bull python and the titan giant ape in its complete form. But now, it had also reverted to its juvenile state, which was basically no different from when it was outside. The titan giant ape opened his eyes wide, glaring at the dark demonic evil god tiger, and said in a milky, childish voice, "Dark demonic evil god tiger, you bad guy, what did you do to our bodies?" The sky azure bull python recalled the events from just a moment ago. The dark demonic evil god tiger had created a black hole, and Lu Chen had suddenly rushed over and forcefully shattered one of the dark demonic evil god tiger's golden shields. After recalling every scene, the sky azure bull python instantly broke out in a cold sweat. If Lu Chen hadn't shattered the golden shield, then the current dark demonic evil god tiger might have entered this arena in its complete form, forcing them in their juvenile states to fight the complete form of the dark demonic evil god tiger. Beast god above, what kind of joke is this? The sky azure bull python shouted angrily. Inherently evil dark demonic evil god tiger, to think you have such an evil skill. It seems you cannot be left alive today. Lu Chen stretched his neck and limbs, familiarizing himself with this power that was countless times weaker, and then said to the sky azure bull python and the titan giant ape, "Da Ming, Ming, why waste words with it? Although we have all become smaller, we still have the numerical advantage. Let's go together and beat it to death." The sky azure bull python and the titan giant ape responded in unison. Good. Now, both of them were eager to beat the dark demonic evil god tiger to death as soon as possible, to avoid the dark demonic evil god tiger unleashing any more terrifying skills. One human and two beasts swarmed forward, and under their righteous beating, the dark demonic evil god tiger was simply no match for them. After fighting for half an hour, the dark demonic evil god tiger lay on the ground with its 4 feet in the air, and after its body twitched a few times, it completely stopped breathing. The dark demonic evil god tiger didn't even close its eyes when it died. It was unwilling. After the dark demonic evil god tiger died, the winner of this life and death arena was decided, and suddenly it began to crack inch by inch, and everything around it shattered like glass. Lu Chen, the sky azure bull python, and the titan giant ape, one human and two beasts, felt a moment of mental dizziness, and by the time they came to their senses, they had already returned to the outside world. The figures and power of the one human and two beasts had also recovered to the state they were in before entering the life and death arena. This gave both the human and the two beasts a sense of relief. For them, only power was fundamental. And that dark demonic evil god tiger, having come out of the life and death arena, had also recovered to its original size, lying on the ground motionless, its eyes wide open, in a state of dying with unresolved grievances. Boom. Endless black light erupted from the dark demonic evil god tiger's body. That energy was too evil, pure, and vast, causing the entire sky to darken. The surrounding air was almost solidified, making it difficult for one to breathe. It took 3 minutes for the black energy that was continuously pouring out to finally come to a halt. The black energy formed a black cloud, and the black cloud continuously contracted, collapsed, and compressed inward, becoming increasingly condensed. Until finally, all that black energy successfully condensed into a black spirit ring. The appearance of the spirit ring was certainly worth being happy about, but Lu Chen's attention was not on that spirit ring. It remained on the dark, demonic, evil god tiger. The next instant, a black pearl was seen flying out from the dark, demonic, evil god tiger's body. On that pearl, a circle of time and space power lingered, and it also vaguely emitted a kind of intense hatred power. After that pearl flew out, it immediately wanted to tear through space and quickly escape this place. But Lu Chen, who had long been prepared, how could he let that black pearl succeed? He quickly flew forward, and before the black pearl could enter the spatial rift, he reached out with the dark gold terror claw and grabbed it in his hand. Lu Chen was worried that the dark demonic evil god tiger's tricks might still remain on this pearl. Therefore, Lu Chen did not touch it directly with his hand, but instead used the external spirit bone dark gold terror claw to grab it. In this way, no matter what, the black pearl could not harm Lu Chen. The evil god pearl obtained. A smile immediately curled onto the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. Chapter 125. A blade slashing from the void realm within the evil god pearl. There must still be residual resentment from the dark demonic evil god tiger. Even though it was gripped by the dark gold terror claw, it continued to tremble incessantly, attempting to break free from Lu Chen's control. Lu Chen naturally would not let it escape. With a shift of his thoughts, his mental force surged from between his brows and rushed into the evil god pearl. The vast and mighty mental force swept through the evil god pearl, completely washing away the residual resentment of the dark demonic evil god tiger. Because Lu Chen had consumed the looking through autumn water dew, his mental force could be considered top tier even among titled Douluo. Now that the dark demonic evil god tiger was dead, the remaining residual resentment could not withstand Lu Chen's mental force at all and was easily swept away. Without the residual resentment, the evil god pearl finally quieted down completely. Lu Chen put it away into his storage soul guidance device. This evil god pearl was definitely a good item, but he had not fully decided how to use it yet. If it was compatible with himself, he could try to absorb it directly. If it was not compatible, it could also be used to comprehend the various attributes within it. The most important thing right now was to absorb the spirit ring of the dark demonic evil god tiger to serve as the second spirit ring for his black iron sickle. Lu Chen turned his head to look at the spirit ring of the dark demonic evil god tiger, his eyes burning with a hint of impatience. Before absorbing the spirit ring, Lu Chen looked at the sky azure bull python and titan giant ape and said, Da Ming, Ming, I am going to start absorbing the spirit ring now. I will trouble you both to act as my protectors. After fighting alongside each other twice, the sky azure bull python highly approved of Lu Chen. Lu Chen's support abilities were enough to double their strength. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the sky azure bull python nodded slightly. You can just absorb the spirit ring with peace of mind. With us brothers here, we will not let any humans or spirit beasts disturb you. Lu Chen turned his head again, glanced at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking in the distance and waved at them. And Xiao Wu, Zhuking, I am going to absorb the spirit ring first. You don't need to worry about me. When I absorbed the dark gold terror claw bear spirit ring earlier, your worries were a bit excessive. With Lu Chen's set of life-saving spirit abilities, it was impossible for any accidents to happen to him. He greeted Xiao Wu and Zhuking in advance to avoid them worrying again when the time came. Having said what needed to be said, Lu Chen walked to the front of the dark demonic evil god tiger's corpse, sat down cross-legged, communicated with his black iron sickle, operated his meditation method, and summoned that black spirit ring. As his thoughts shifted, that black spirit ring suddenly trembled, floated rapidly towards Lu Chen, settled onto his body and merged into him. Boom! A surging and vast amount of energy quickly swept through Lu Chen's body, scouring his internal organs and his entire body. This energy was cold, violent, and chaotic, carrying an extremely intense destructive attribute, causing severe erosion to his meridians and bones. Reasonably speaking, based on Lu Chen's physical constitution, he could safely absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring. Absorbing a 60,000-year spirit ring would certainly be easy and effortless. In reality, however, this 60,000-year dark, demonic, evil god tiger spirit ring caused Lu Chen quite a bit of trouble during the absorption process due to its ultra-evil attribute. Regarding this situation, Lu Chen was not angry at all. Instead, he felt overjoyed. If he could really successfully absorb the spirit ring easily, the improvement it could bring him would likely be minimal. The more difficult the absorption process, the greater the benefits Chen would gain once the spirit ring was successfully absorbed. Enduring the erosion of the spirit ring energy on his body, Chen gritted his teeth and used his mental force to guide the spirit ring energy into his black iron sickle, further tempering his black iron sickle spirit. This time, the situation was much better than the last time. When he absorbed the dark gold Terrorclaw Bear spirit ring last time, his black iron sickle was only a common spirit with limited quality. A dark gold Terrorclaw Bear spirit ring had almost cracked his black iron sickle spirit apart. Now that the black iron sickle had the foundation laid by the dark gold Terrorclaw Bear spirit ring, absorbing the dark demonic evil god tiger spirit ring appeared much more composed. Within Chen's dantian, the black iron sickle rhythmically pulsed, swallowing and refining the energy of the dark demonic evil god tiger spirit ring. While transforming itself, no cracks or gaps appeared. This was a huge improvement and evidence of the increase in the quality of the black iron sickle spirit. As the black iron sickle continuously absorbed the energy of the dark demonic evil god tiger spirit ring, it underwent tremendous changes. First was the size. The handle of the black iron sickle became longer, extending from 120 centimeters to 150 centimeters, and the scythe blade became wider and larger, extending from 72 centimeters to 100 centimeters. Secondly was the style. The design of the black iron sickle became more exaggerated, with a sharp spike growing on both the head and the tail of the handle, somewhat resembling the barbs of the dark demonic evil god tiger's evil god hook. This made the black iron sickle exude a ferocious feeling overall. One could no longer tell that this spirit was once just a farming tool. The soaring evil aura and devilish kai made it look like a great killing weapon, capable of slaughtering all living things at a glance. Spirit evolution was one aspect, and the increase in spirit power was another. The energy of the dark demonic evil god tiger spirit ring was extremely vast, not losing out at all to a normal 100,000-year spirit ring. That vast spirit ring energy, besides being used to temper his spirit, was integrated into Chen's own spirit power, causing his level 92 spirit power to climb steadily like a volcanic eruption. Once a spirit master reached the titled Douluo level, increasing their spirit power by even one level was extremely difficult. Chen's rate of improvement could definitely be described as terrifying. The absorption of the spirit ring had entered the right track. The rest would be left to time. Outside, the sky azure bull python, the titan giant ape, as well as Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, guarded around Chen for a total of 10 hours. At a certain moment, Chen slowly opened his eyes and a beam of sharp light about a foot long burst out from them. After a long while, that sharp light retracted into his eyes. Those deep, dark eyes seemed like two whirlpools with suction power, making people afraid to meet his gaze. Chen felt very joyful. His spirit had evolved again, and at the same time, his spirit power had increased again, rising from level 92 spirit power to level 93 spirit power. Moreover, absorbing the dark demonic evil god tiger spirit ring brought him a very domineering second spirit ability. Dark demon evil god break. It fused 3 attributes: the sharpness of wind, the explosiveness of thunder, and the erosion of evil, a skill capable of rivaling 100,000-year spirit ring. If there was any regret, it was that he did not obtain an external spirit bone this time. The dark demonic evil god tiger's evil god wings and evil god hook should all be contained within the evil god pearl. He could study them properly in the future. Chen stood up from the ground, his gaze sweeping over the sky azure bull python, the titan giant ape, as well as Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. He smiled slightly, just about to share the good news with them. Suddenly, right behind him, a space crack opened silently, and an extremely cold blade light slashed out from the crack with incredible speed. Lu Chen had not sensed it in advance and was struck squarely by that blade light. It was not that Lu Chen was not vigilant enough, but that the guy who slashed this blade really had not exposed even the slightest aura in advance. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of a sharp blade entering flesh, half of Lu Chen's shoulder was sliced open, and blood splashed into the sky. His tempered body actually could not withstand the sharpness of this blade. Severe pain assaulted his brain, but Lu Chen did not lose his ability to resist. He swiftly flashed forward, scooped up Xiao Wu with his left hand and Zhu Zhuking with his right, and quickly moved away from his previous position. Meanwhile, the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape each let out a roar, shielding Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuking, and looked at that space crack with extreme vigilance. Thank you for all the likes, comments, and shares. Keep sharing your thoughts in the comments. We're already halfway to 1,000 subscribers. Thank you so much for supporting the channel and enjoying these novel audiobooks.